402 pieces. Which is about 70,000 each. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey, I haven't missed any services meetings, have I? I didn't see any.
On hiatus, yeah.
That's what I had hoped. I figured you would get a hold of me.
You're good.
All right, let's call the meeting to order. This is a meeting of the Village of Sherwood Hills Board of Trustees. Tonight is Tuesday, January 20th. It is 7 o'clock. Chrissy, can you do the roll call?
Tom Hines,
Present.
Harper, here. Marcus Miller,
Present.
Rob Folk,
President.
Mark Letter,
You're.
Shabnam Mutfi. Kate Olsvik.
Here.
Okay, item 3, approval of the agenda. Someone want to make that motion? Thank you, Bob. Bob, you're approving the motion?
I
Approve the
make the
agenda.
motion that we approve the agenda.
Okay, is there a second? Thank you, Kate. Ready to vote? All those in favor? You say aye, raise your hand. That motion carries.
What are we voting on?
Approval of the agenda.
Oh, can I make a comment about that real quick? It's the approval of the agenda is not in our template. So if we're going to have this on in our process, it should be added to the template, not in it. So
Thanks for that. Statement of public notice, just want to confirm that the meeting's been properly noted. Chrissy,
yes,
Brian,
yeah,
Thanks.
properly posted.
all right, thanks so much for that. Procedures orientation, just want to remind folks that the meeting is also being broadcast on the Facebook page, the Village's Facebook page. Any comments or questions won't be shared contemporaneously with trustees at the meeting, but of course, messages, emails can be sent to our village administrator, Brian Mooney. Item 6, public comments. This is an opportunity for community members to speak.
Progress.
Sorry, I'm going to turn up.
This is an opportunity for community members to speak to the board. No discussion or action may take place at this time, though trustees may ask clarifying questions only. Speakers may be limited to 4 minutes. I'll raise my hand at the 3.5-minute mark. And I'll just say, you know, that of course, the board welcomes public input. It takes resident concerns seriously. When the same topic has been raised multiple times, our role is to ensure comments are heard, clarified where appropriate, and then addressed through proper processes rather than repeated debate at the microphone. This helps keep meetings productive, fair, and respectful for everyone. Are there any public comments this evening? Go ahead, please.
Maybe the microphone for this voices.
Ready to
Oh,
go?
we could try, John, it's behind you on the counter there.
Okay.
Lit up?
Okay, good.
Is that working? It's working.
Well, my name is Felice Borsi Rudin. I'm the municipal judge for the Village of Sherwood Hills. I've been in this position for 7.5 years, and before that I was a trustee for 11 years. I live at 3219 Topping Road. And I am commenting in reference to item, I believe it's C10, the village financial policy. The idea that the village might want to merge with another municipality for a shared municipal court. So I want to give you a little bit of background for myself on also the president of the Wisconsin Municipal Judges Association. And we have over 300 municipal courts in this state, and our municipal courts see about half of all the appearances in court that happen in this state. So for many people, their first and often only interaction with our judicial system is through municipal courts. So one issue that has been happening is that municipalities I guess I'm gonna just try and project.
Felice, do you want to take my spot and use the microphone here?
Would that be okay?
That would be just fine with me.
Right, thank you. One issue that's been happening is that more and more municipalities are considering giving up their municipal courts for financial reasons. And I thought it was really important for me to take a minute and talk about what the purpose is of our municipal court. Our municipal court is not a money maker. It wasn't designed to be a money maker. It's how a municipality provides a fair and just and impartial process for people who are issued citations in the municipality. And we're talking only about ordinance violations, citations, because anything that's criminal, misdemeanor, or felony, that goes to the circuit court. But what we have is a system so that violations that happen in the village of Shorewood Hills are adjudicated in the village of Shorewood Hills. And that's meaningful. One of the requirements in state law is that the municipal judge has to be a resident of the municipality where the judge is adjudicating, except if you have a merged court between two or more municipalities. In that case, the judge is elected from those municipalities. So for example, if the village were to merge with Monona's court, then the judge could be elected from Monona or from the village of Shorewood Hills. Now, given that Monona has many more residents than Shorewood Hills, if something like that were to happen, the likelihood would be that the judge gets elected from Monona. So then you have a situation where minor issues, ordinance violations that take place in our small village of 2,400 people are going to be judged by, in my example, a larger city that doesn't have the same issues or concerns or culture that we have with respect to things like our roads, for example. Because most of our ordinance violations, let's face it, have to do with what's happening on our roads. And a lot of the violations that I see are speeding tickets. And a lot of those are happening right in our little village roads of Shorewood Hills. And it might be that the defendants are local, and then it's nice to be able to deal with someone who knows you and knows the culture, and it's simple and straightforward. But it's often that the defendants are not local. They're either living somewhere else and working in the village, passing through. We get Uber drivers, Amazon drivers, and we also get a lot of people who live in Eagle Heights and University houses. There's also a lot of tickets from people on our half of a University Avenue. But regardless, this is how we maintain what we want, because we have a judge who knows what we need and what we care about, and yet is willing to be fair and able to be fair. So these are important things. Before I stop, I just want to say two things about costs. So because since COVID, the police department was down an officer for quite a while. And so there weren't as many cases coming in, but now the police department is fully staffed. And in 2025, the municipal court brought in $69,000 in total collections. The village share of that was a little over $41,000. Now, when you look at what the costs are of the court, we do have wages for myself, which is at a very, very low rate. I assure you, if you merge with a full-time court like that in Madison, you're going to have someone who's at a much higher, more respectful rate for an attorney or judge. Then you've got the wages for my court clerk and benefits and some of our expenses for training. Administrator Brian Mooney said that there was an issue that our assistant court clerk had left. That's a minor issue. We're only required to have one court clerk. There are other ways to handle the assistant not being there. I feel like that's just not even worth thinking about. And if we wanted to hire someone, very easy part-time job to make a little extra money. I'm not concerned about that. But our total office expenses are in 2024 were $38,000. So we're making about a little over what it costs to run the court. You cannot include the cost of prosecution when you're looking at the court expenses, and you cannot include the police department. Those are separate line items by statute. All right, thank you, and I'm sorry for going over time.
Thank you, Felice. Gloria?
Am I supposed to use the microphone or is my voice
Say you-
enough?
I think you can try to use the mic if you'd like.
This is available.
Loud. Yeah, why are you here? Like while you're there. Not that, not while you're here. but
I
why-
would like to speak as a resident.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
awesome. And you're entitled to. And so so I want to pick up on the same topic that Felice has raised, but a little different angle. So my approach is to, and I hate having my back to the camera, but my approach is regarding open meetings laws. So open meetings laws requires that the meeting be properly noticed. At the beginning of every meeting, John asks, has this been properly noticed? And Chrissy says, yes, it has been. And when it's been properly noticed, that means that 3 different agendas have been posted, I think by the police department, one at the village hall, one at the bus stop over by the school, and one at the bus stop over by Four Corners. And the purpose of posting that agenda is so that any resident can walk up to the agenda and say, okay, what is the board going to talk about tonight? Well, item number 7C, Roman numeral 2, is discussion Ehlers financial model results. And the Ehlers financial model results is something we've been talking about in finance committee. I know that at the board level, you've been talking about it too. And it's a lot of PowerPoint and discussions about what the revenues are, what the expenses are. We've got a financial cliff that we're coming up to, a known operating deficit that we're coming up to. It's a structural deficit. It's going to 27, 28, 29, 30, it gets worse. But it does not discuss the municipal court. And so if I'm a concerned resident, I'm looking to see what are we going to talk about tonight? It's the Ehlers financial model results. How am I supposed to know that actually that means we're going to talk about the village municipal court and how there's a proposal afoot to take our municipal court and combine it with another municipal court, explore that action, explore that possibility. How am I supposed to know that? I can't know that without reading 187 pages of the board package, which you shouldn't have to be required to do. That's open meetings laws. Secondly, it's discussion, Ehlers financial model results. I have poor vision, sorry. But yet in the markup here, or in the discussion that Brian Mooney, by the way, I really like your summary analysis at the beginning of the whole agenda. I like that a lot. But in here, there's a motion on page 2 of 187 where the board is being asked to make a motion to authorize the village administrator to do something. That to me is an action. On the agenda, it says discussion. It doesn't say impossible action. It says discussion of the Ehlers financial model. And I think it's poor form. And I've already talked to Brian. Brian, you know it like you, but I've already talked to Brian about it. I think it's poor form. poor form because I think that it's violation of open meetings to kind of tuck something into Ayler's financial package when it has nothing to do with the Ayler's financial model. I think that's poor form. I think it's poor form to have a motion involved with something where it doesn't have possible action. It's discussion only. I think it's poor form to have this in front of the board without having it properly noticed to the public. And I think it's poor form because I think it should have gone through a different committee first. I think if it's a financial thing, it should have gone through the finance committee first. We are talking constantly about committee, using our committee structure for a couple reasons. One, so that residents can know what's going on in this village, but also so that the board isn't bogged down with all this. And so that is where I'm going to tie up, and I'm going to cede the floor, but I think I like you, Brian, I do, but I do think it's poor form. I think it needs to go into the finance package for discussion so that people can come out and speak then. And then police knows because it's in an agenda item, and then she knows that this is in front of the board. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Gloria. Kurt Hansen.
You have a very full agenda. I'm going to be very brief. I'm mainly here to say thank you. I want to thank all the board members for your trustees for your time. I want to thank all the village staff who are here. I truly appreciate the work you guys do. I want to especially thank John Imes. John has agreed that if we need to bring up the Sweetbriar issue and it's permissible by the village attorney that we can do so at the February board meeting. So thank you for that, John. I appreciate it. I do want to just acknowledge, I worry about our village right now. I worry that when Dave Sykes retired, we lost a lot of institutional knowledge. With Christie's resignation, you losing a lot of other institutional knowledge. We're really just one illness or one resignation from almost ceasing to function. If something happened to Brian or something happened to Julie, I don't know that we could even get our payroll done. So my words for the year for 2026 are be kind and bring cookies. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Bob.
Hey, John. I'm gonna follow up with what Kurt just said. Maybe go a little darker than that. I'm speaking now as a resident, not as a board member. So these are my words. None of these folks are the board as a body. As many of you know, I will not be running for a second term. And I would like to explain why that is. I would also like to reflect on the current state of affairs in the village as I see them and what has transpired over the past many months. As much as I value and am honored to have been elected to this role, I cannot continue risking my health, have my character and integrity questioned, or be treated by some residents as if I'm the enemy. The mean-spirited and unfounded accusations hurled at the board and staff, such as taking money under the table, being in league with developers, hiding conflicts of interest, betraying the residents, are hurtful and quite frankly ridiculous. While I understand and sympathize with the frustration among residents regarding Sweetbriar and Logic, I do not think frustration justifies being uncivil. And we have seen a lot of uncivil behavior. Civil discourse is essential to a functioning democracy, but rudeness is not. I would ask our residents with the loudest and angriest voices to think about the environment that is being created and has been created. Personal attacks, a we versus them attitude, overly dramatic episodes, shouting down those with a right to speak, and lack of civility are corrosive to not only our democratic system, but our village values and its ability to function. Adding to this toxicity is the action of a board member who has usurped their position on the board to make inappropriate demands of staff and village vendors and has harassed and berated them to the level of disorderly conduct. This is not acceptable. This combination has resulted in a toxic environment that is driving away the good staff we rely on to get village business done. Hiring new staff is also problematic because of the village's growing negative reputation in the municipal government world. Applicants only need watch a board Zoom meeting to know that they don't want to work here. We are currently in a very compromised situation with the resignation of Chrissy, and we will be hard pressed to find a replacement as qualified. The staff that currently remain are at their breaking point due to the unrelenting open record requests and other unnecessary demands, too much of which only serve to support dubious claims and conspiracy theories. Morale is at rock bottom. And I've talked to these folks. The negative impact of this on the health and welfare of the village cannot be overstated. I'm not sure many of you appreciate that we are not far away from losing services, as Kurt has referred to. Would you rather have our staff focus on the origins and distribution of a meaningless logic, profit, and loss statement, or have a summer recreation program? Because it seems that is becoming the choice our remaining staff are having to make. It cannot do both. I would ask our residents to think about these issues and try to express your frustrations and concerns in a more peaceful and neighborly way. Let's try to get back to a state of civility. In conclusion, I value the opportunity I've had to interact with my fellow board members and learn about the ins and outs of local government. Getting to know our administrative, police, and public works staff has been particularly rewarding. Brian, Julie, Jamie, Chrissy, and Terry, you folks are the salt of the earth and deserve better treatment and more appreciation than you've been receiving. Finally, I leave you with a few words from the actor Jeremy Irons, who said, "Civility, politeness, it is like a cement in this society. It binds us together. And when we lose it, we all feel lesser and slightly dirty because of it." Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. No other public comment this evening?
My name is Cynthia Kinsey, and I think one of the things we need to get back to is a sense of volunteerism in the community. And I think we used to have that more. We used to have, like, if you wanted an ice rink, I guess we had the fire department at one time to flood the rink. Because like right now, it's like perfect ice skating weather and it's closed. And it was closed yesterday when the kids were in school. And I understand the staff, I mean, it has low on their priority. You know, I understand that, but maybe that's why we need to have a dedicated staff of volunteers. I know when my children, we had 3 little hockey players and we actually had a rink in our backyard, and the ice that my husband flooded at pretty much every single night was the most beautiful ice you would probably find in the county. And I know if we were at that stage in our life, he would have been out there. I mean, if he were given that authority to maintain that ice rink, you guys would have had the most beautiful ice rink. And, you know, and I think because we're having to rely on our overused staff, it's not getting done, or it's a low priority, or the ice that is out there isn't very good. And if you try to skate on it, it's popped and stuff. So I really think that we need to have, give residents the authority to maybe do some more volunteer things and make some of the facilities easier to access. Like I've written a couple of letters that, you know, for example, I know Maple Bluff has a euchre tournament once a month, and I assume it's somebody who's interested in euchre who organizes it. And somehow it's made accessible. There's like a building there that they meet in. I know if I had little kids, I would lead art classes. You know, I would gather some art supplies and I would meet at the community center. I think it's the perfect space for kids' art classes because everybody says it's a piece of junk anyway. So let kids, you know, do their art and they're gluing and they're glittering and everything. But I don't think that people understand, or maybe we're not authorized to do those kind of volunteer, because maybe we're worried about, you know, liability or something. I don't know. But I just think that we have so many talented people in the neighborhood. If it were thrown out there, hey, you know, you can run this program, we would have done it. When I had little kids, I would have been doing it. But anyway, that's all. And then, like I said, it's too much for the staff. The staff should not be tasked with flooding that ice cream because they're, especially now with the temperatures, I think we had a water main break a couple weeks ago. That has to be their priority, and I understand that. But like now here we have a beautiful bit of ice skating weather and it's not open. Okay. Thank
Thanks for
you.
that, Cynthia. The other public comment this evening, Mary.
Everybody. I'm Mary Wyman, 1223 Dartmouth Road. I took a long time to compose a statement, and I'm not gonna hopefully go over time, but I do want you to know, maybe some of this is gonna sound highfalutin or something, but every single word is very sincerely meant. This is not on your agenda, but each of you received a letter signed by 3 constituents about the Sweetbriar issue. It was sent to each of you trustees. And I know some of you have read it. I've been in contact with you. If you haven't read it yet, I really want to urge you to read it carefully and thoroughly and look over the attachments in the next few days because it's really important. And what I want to do is speak a little bit to the context of why it's important. A man many years ago said, "Justice too long delayed is justice denied." That was Martin Luther King. And of course, it's timely because we celebrated Martin Luther King Day yesterday as a federal holiday. I want to tell you that I lend my support for the request to you by our fellow residents who signed the letter. They ask for a simple board review and action on a building permit for the lots on Sweetbriar Road. This trustee review and action is supported by our own long-standing village ordinance. It's right there in our laws. And the facts of this case, the evidence that you have been provided, has not changed substantively since it was brought before this board in June of last year. We're now in January, so it's been a long time wondering and waiting for action. Dr. King also told us that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So why am I here talking about Martin Luther King and the violation of land use rules? It seems absurd in some ways to myself, but I think what he was saying, I know what he was saying, is that justice in Shorewood Hills, even on Little Sweetbriar Road, a 1-block road in our village, matters. Justice matters there too. 3 of your constituents signed their names to that letter, but I want to make it very clear that there's a large, diverse group of village citizens who all share the same concern. We are old, we are young, we're male, we're female, we're retired, no kids, we're raising young children, attending the local school, and we live all over the village. This is not a hyper-local concern. And the people by and large see this as a case of injustice and the failure of processes to support the rule of law. Mr. Reber and his investor group have made decisions along the way, and they have decisions to consider moving forward. For example, they could decide to work with adjacent landowners in buying or selling land to bring all of those lots into compliance with the laws of our village. They could decide to sell all of the land at that site and move on to their next project, or perhaps something else. We citizens have also made decisions. We've requested official government records about this case over many months. We've reviewed and organized them. We've sought legal counsel, including with a criminal lawyer. We've communicated our concerns to this board, to the president, to Mr. Mooney over and over again. And again tonight, I am here seeking justice, and you have a letter in your hands laying out the issues one more time. You trustees, you've also made decisions about this case over the past year. And of course, each of you have choices moving forward about how you will stand up for the rule of law, for fairness, for justice in our little village. It is the responsibility of each of you to do everything in your power to protect and uphold the interests of the village. When truth comes to light, citizens have an expectation that the government will also hold to a commitment that the rule of law prevails above all else. The Reber LLC Investment Group, they're a dime a dozen. They're developers all over. They have a right to make a living for themselves and their families, but no one should be above the law. And I think the most difficult thing for me among everything in this whole situation has been the sickening feeling that public officials who are in a position of power to hold people to account and have the evidence at hand are ignoring the truth. This is about justice and truth. This is about good governance, and it's about citizen trust in the government and the public officials. In conclusion, I ask each of you, public officials, elected, appointed, consultants, residents, I ask each of you to think about what will your legacy be? Will you be known for courage, clarity, candor, and seeking the truth? Or will you be known as someone who, for whatever reason, chose to let this slide? For everyone in the room, as you think about the decisions before you, I want to share one more quote from Dr. King. The time is always right to do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right, other public comment this evening? Marilyn?
Marilyn Thompson, 1121 Wellesley Road. I thank the trustees as always for the opportunity to make a couple remarks. It's not easy being a trustee. Bob, I heard your comments, and I know in the 12 years I served as a trustee, there were times where the outpour of frustration from the residents made me at midnight one night want to resign as chair of the Blackhawk Country Club Committee. So I know the stress that sometimes goes with being an elected official, which brings me to one of the agenda items, discussion and possible action on the Village Ethics Code revision. The Ethics Code is an issue that I had great concern about during the 12 years I was a trustee. And I scrutinized the state ethics code to see if it applied to our community when I saw members of the country club serving as elected officials and negotiating a lease on behalf of the village. I thought that is a conflict of interest. 10% of our residents maybe are a member of the club. What are they doing? Negotiating a lease. And I went to the ethics board of the state and I said, isn't this a violation? We sat and read it, and the council said, no, Marilyn, I don't see that they have a substantial financial interest just because they pay dues. I said they control millions of dollars worth of property. No, Marilyn, I just don't agree. So the board authorized me to start drafting an ethics that would address that situation here in the village, and we did it, and that was Ethics Code 108, which essentially prevents a trustee. But these ethics codes, there's problems. And let me say tonight, I asked the trustees not to refer the ethics code issue to the personnel committee. It is not a personnel issue. It's a governance issue. And it's very important that we study the issue carefully and make sure there aren't gaps. I suggest that this board should appoint an ad hoc committee. We've done that with stormwater. We've done that with the cogeneration plan to get input from the residents and then look at the state, look at what we have, and then bring a draft back to the trustees to discuss and consider, but getting input from the residents. Because one of the mistakes I made, I focused on the ethics code, no trustee. All right, so since 2022, I've been wanting to be a member of the Village Blackhawk Committee, never got appointed. And then there was a vacancy, and the Village Committee, which takes up 3 people, this board voted to put on that committee a member of Blackhawk Country Club. And I said, no, it's the village. It should not be a member. They already have 3 members. And the president said, well, I'll represent the interest. You don't have to worry. And it's a good person. I know the person, but that person is a member, and you cannot be a member of the club and still advocate, I believe, on behalf of the village. So what we have now is we have a village Blackhawk committee that has 2 village people, 1 Blackhawk member, and then there's the Blackhawk committee, which has 3. Now, I don't want to look like I have a single-minded mind, but I do want you to know that I have some familiarity with ethics. And I recommend this not go to the personnel committee. It go to an ad hoc committee, and people like myself or other people who want to volunteer for a 3 or 4 member committee, we have an opportunity to volunteer, state why we think we're qualified, give the board a deadline, and then report back. Because I think it's an important issue, and I think it's timely that we address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Johnny,
John Feiglin, Illinois. I read the packet. Boy, that was exhausting. It seemed like there are so many things in the village and the packet. It's like running a Kool-Aid stand. Everybody's trying to save some money here, save some money there. When I looked at the courts, the court is called the municipal court because it's part of the municipality. If you lose that, you lose a character that makes the village the village. And once you lose it and it goes somewhere else, who knows who sits on that court? Who knows how much it costs? The cost can go up and then it's hard to go back. So I don't think that saving $10,000 by losing our court makes any sense at all. The real elephant in the room is that our departments have expanded in personnel, they've expanded in cost. And if you look at the budget, it's blowing the budget up. A few years ago, you could have gotten up here and said, look, the budget's blowing up, we may not have a village. Well, now that's a reality. So somebody's going to have to make some tough choices. If we don't, we won't have a police department at all. We won't have a village at all. We have to be frugal. We have to be lean and think well. And if we don't, we can't meet these budget deficits that we're having. And we're not going to make that up by finding some committee to donate some money. We're not going to find that by getting rid of the municipal court. There's going to have to be some real structural change or we're in really deep trouble. So you can talk and talk about all these little things. But the big issue is that budget that everybody's been working on this year and is shocked at what they're finding. There have to be some substantial cuts if we're going to exist as a village. If that's what we want, we have to work at it. Everybody may have to sacrifice, but in the end, it's probably worth that sacrifice to have the character of a village that once we lose it, it will be gone forever. Thank you.
thank you, Johnny. Chrissy,
I just want to say Dave DeVito is online and he's been waiting a bit with his hand up, so
okay.
I don't know if we want to give him a chance.
Dave, are you able to join us?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
I wanted to address specifically Mr. Falk's comments on civility. I think for the most part, he's right, but for the wrong reasons. Civility also includes honesty. Civility does not mean that the public is not allowed their rights to see what their government is doing, specifically with open records and also just with ethics. Civility means we get to question. A few months ago, or a number of months ago now, when Logic was just getting, started in the public light, you had 2 developers stand up in the public comments and chastise residents for asking questions, chastise residents for filing open records requests, chastise residents for expecting transparency from the government. This was way before we found out all that was going on behind the scenes with Logic, mostly through open records requests and through the efforts of residents and some on the board to find out the truth about how Logic came about. I can tell you I got an open records request fulfillment after 3 months related to the Village Hall, specifically the sale of it on Monday. yesterday. It was one email chain, which, you know, whether that's right or not was another conversation for another day. But I can tell you, just so everybody knows, President Imes and the seller's agent and the developer were discussing Logic in 2024, way before the closed sessions, way before the board heard about it, way before the public heard about it. So, you know, these open records requests are important. And one of the reasons this got so heated in Sweetbriar as well, but Logic specifically, is because we were shut out. And I can tell you this is a theme. It is not the residents' fault. Now, could there be some, you know, inappropriate, bordering on uncivil behavior at the margin at times? I won't argue that that's not possible. But for the most part, this village is pretty civil. The issue is not the residents. The issue is not that we want transparency. The issue is President Imes and the way he's run, has run, and is running this village. If you go back to earlier in his term, you had multiple trustees resign in protest. You had multiple committee members resign in protest. All the records are out there. It's the way this village is being run from the top that is the problem. The residents who are concerned about transparency and how this is being run should be applauded, not chastised, Mr. Falk. That said, staff deserves better. Trustees deserve better. Residents deserve better. But the issue is how it's run, and it goes straight to the top. There's more to come from open records. I have multiple open records from October. The one I received on Monday was from October, and I received one email. I don't understand how that took 3 months. Open records, sorry, Carol, is it still and remains a dumpster fire. I have multiple open records that should not be difficult to fulfill. The way they're fulfilled is questionable. We'll talk about that next month. But I just want to make sure everybody understands civility does not mean silence. It does not mean we don't get to ask questions. It does not mean the questions have to be comfortable. It does not mean the questions can't be embarrassing when the truth comes out. We have to get away from chastising residents who helped this village block, and for sure, financial disaster and Logic, and helped block, hopefully will block Sweetbriar as well from destroying a small part of our village that is very important. So, you know, there are a lot of lies coming out of President Imes, and I'm not going to rehash those, both publicly, in private, in the papers, that have not been corrected. That is uncivil, and I will not stand for residents, developers, or trustees chastising other residents who want to be involved, who want to be engaged. We are lucky to have this group of residents so engaged in holding government accountable, as well as helping and volunteering. And that's part of this village. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, other public comment this evening. Chrissy? Craig, ready to join us?
Yeah, hello. Two items on the agenda. One is about changes to.
Sorry, Craig, could you speak up just a little bit louder?
Oh, sure. Is this better?
Thank you.
Okay.
It is.
Sorry about that. 7C8 about public comments. The city of Madison, for their committees and meetings and so forth, they first have a public comment period for items not on the agenda. And then as the agendas progress, they have public comment on those agenda items, usually after a staff presentation. So it usually goes agenda item, a new agenda item comes up, there's a staff presentation talking about it, then you have public comment, and then you have the members of the board able to ask the public questions if they want to, and then the member of the board, talk amongst themselves about the agenda item. One other key thing that Madison does, that Shorewood does not, is all public comments submitted through email are collected and attached to those agenda items and are viewable. Right now, only a few emails related to agenda items actually make it into our packets. That's something where I think we could probably do better, and that might encourage people to send more emails instead of taking up meeting time. So those are just some suggestions for when you get to that point of your discussion. Secondly, the Certified Survey Map Guide, 7C3 from Shabnam. I think a formal guide for CSMs is good, but since there's money attached, I think a simple and cheap action could be to simply adopt a policy that public hearings are required for all CSMs that result in newly conforming lots. You know, a lot that today couldn't host a house, but after this change, it could. We have so few of these, and eventually they're going to be out in the public. Right now, public hearings are optional. They can be called for by the Plan Commission. When the Sweetbriar CSM came up for us, actually the Columbia CSM, when it came up a year ago, we weren't made aware of the fact that we could have called for a public hearing. Otherwise, I suspect we probably would have. So anyway, I think making public hearings mandatory or compulsory is a common sense policy we could adopt to get CSMs into the public sphere prior. Finally, streetlights. I would love to see more light in the village. I love dark skies, but the reality is we're surrounded by city. We have lights all around us. So many dark corners in this village. So I'm a big supporter there. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate that.
Can I make a quick comment?
Sure.
I think the reason my name is next to this CSM agenda item is because I brought it up in September, but I did not ask for it to be on the agenda today, just to clarify.
Thanks for that clarification. All right, other public comment? Other public comment this evening? One last time, any additional public comment? All right, let's move on with board matters then. 7A, payment of bills. Mark, did you want to kick that off or?
Sure, I'll go ahead and make the motion for the payment of bills in the amount of $4,666,899.41.
There a second to that motion? Thank you, Bob. Any further discussion? Ready to vote? All those in favor, you say aye, raise your hand. That motion carries. Consent agenda. Someone want to move that?
I would like to take an item off the consent
Yeah,
agenda.
why don't you?
The December 16th meeting minutes.
Do you want to make a motion then? To approve the consent agenda minus item B3?
Sure, I make that motion.
Okay, someone want to second that? Thank you, Bob. Ready to vote on the rest of the consent agenda? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries. Shabnam, speak to 7B3.
Sure. You know, I spoke at length at that meeting, and I think the description of what I said, just being a disagreement, doesn't really cover what I stated. I wrote a paragraph that I would like to include as what I said. I can read it out loud, or we could put this at the next meeting. What would you like? Chrissy seems to nod her head.
Yeah, you could send it to myself or Julie, and then we can make that correction.
Okay. So do you want me to read it now and then we approve it and send it, or do you want me to just put this at the next meeting?
If the board wants to approve it as amended, we could do it tonight and have the approval done. Otherwise, it's the option to do it next time.
Do you have a preference?
Is it a short read?
Like 5 sentences.
Go for it.
Okay, so Lutfi described experiences with discriminatory remarks both earlier in her life and while living in Sherwood Hills. She stated that staff behavior changed after the email she sent to staff asking why police had been called while she was in Fitzgerald's office, and she contrasted staff's interactions before and after her email. Lutfi stated that on November 25th, Chief Weitzel did not have her body camera activated when she was called, but then did after reading her email. Chief Weitzel recorded Lutfi the following day. She noted inconsistencies in staff statements, including staff assertions that Ms. Gloria Beach, a resident in the lobby, could hear Lutfi's voice. However, Ms. Beach disputed that assertion and attempted to submit a statement, but was not permitted to do so until the date of the board meeting. Lutfi stated that staff statements appeared coordinated. Lutfi stated she did not know her hand hit Fitzgerald's desk when in Fitzgerald's office. She stated that she would not have been there had President Imes provided the spreadsheets he received from Logic, or if Village Hall had timely responded to the open records requests. She explained that her email was intended to raise concerns about perceived bias. Lutfi stated that she expects to be able to ask staff questions without those questions being viewed as offensive, and expressed concern about the impact similar police interactions have on minorities, particularly those holding visas in Eagle Heights. That is like a summary of what I said. So I motion to approve the meeting minutes as amended with what I just read.
I didn't catch this. I'm gonna say this, that I did not state I had been at that meeting.
Gloria, I'm sorry,
I was not at
we're in
the
a board meeting.
Okay, I know where you're at. I'm right here. And I'm
Okay.
saying that there is a statement in here that is simply not
Gloria,
true.
you're out of
No,
order.
I'm
You're out of order, Gloria. We'll just move on.
John, let me finish my statement. She stated that she had been at the meeting in person earlier. I never said that because I wasn't at the meeting. I wasn't.
I'm going to suggest that Shadnam, you provide your,
So I'm going to make a motion. I'm just gonna make a motion to approve it, and I'm going to email this to Chrissy.
right. I'm from my standpoint, I'm going to want to see it in the minutes before I approve them.
This is what can I ask you if you had any questions with what I just said?
No,
It was
but
a summary of what
I
I
know it was a lot more than 5 sentences, and so I like to see it in the minutes and be able to look back at my own notes. That's just my perspective, just me. So I'm
Anybody?
totally comfortable
Sure.
with you providing that to
Sure.
Chrissy and it going in there, and I'd love to see it. And then the board can decide if they want to move forward right now.
Anybody else? Sure.
Okay, we need a motion on the table and
I
if it's
motion-
seconded, we'll have the discussion
Okay.
and then we'll have the vote.
I motion to approve the December 16th board meeting minutes with as amended with my short paragraph describing what I said during the meeting.
Is there a second? So I don't see a second, so that kills the motion, but
Are we going to make a motion to approve or to amend in the future?
We're gonna make the,
Emar,
I'm gonna make a motion to amend in the future for Shabnam to provide the information to Chrissy for the conversation to happen and to correct the minutes and have it come before the board at the next meeting.
thank you, Emar. So thank you, Kate. All right, ready to vote on that? Or further
Well,
discussion about?
I guess I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it normal for elected officials to write their own narrative about what happened in the meeting? Or is it supposed to be a clerk or note taker that is interpreting that?
Yeah,
It seems to me it's a little sketchy.
The meeting minutes are like supposed to be official records of the meeting. And to have one sentence in there that just says Lutfi was she disagreed is really not what and for every person to have like I spoke way more than anybody else did. It's a pretty biased meeting minutes if you don't see it that way.
Shabnam, I look here at a statement. Falk stated that he was alarmed that staff now feels unsafe and may require police presence during future interactions with trustee Lofty.
Is that true? That's what
He
you said?
stated that the behavior described by staff, including shouting and desk pounding, was unacceptable. I think what I said was fuller and had more to it than that. But this is how they interpret it. They got the essence of it. And, I think that's what we have to. I didn't bring that up specifically. It just happened to be there.
Yeah.
But that's from one of the minutes.
So we have a motion, we have a second. If trustees have additional comments they want to provide regarding these minutes, feel free to do so. Chrissy will welcome those, but I'd like to move forward with this motion if I can.
One other option, because I think that, John, you had them include what you said at the resignation special board meeting in those minutes. Like I could write a much more detailed thing and have that included the way you had your speech included.
If you want to do that, Shabnam, I'm fine with that. I think that fits within our motion. Okay. All right, ready to vote?
We'll get Dietmar to repeat the motion again.
Dietmar,
I wish I remembered all the details.
I wish I remembered
But
it
the
too.
essence of the motion is move on. And I'll rephrase, so let me get back to this, y'all, so get focused.
Well, I'll support that motion to move on. But go ahead.
Motion is to revisit the minutes at a future meeting in February and for the record to be corrected. Chrissy, I think in the past you've watched the meeting minutes before, corrected the minutes, updated the minutes, and I don't even know how to address, John, your comment in all of this. For Trustee Lotfi, for Shabnam to work with Chrissy to, oh my gosh, I'm not making any sense. Carol, help me out.
You should have stopped after the first sentence.
Julie, thank you.
Apologize, I'm not trying to hold any. Keep in mind, Chrissy is only here for 2 more days. Doing the minutes alone is going to be excessive for her to get done, along with all the other things that she has been working all weekend trying to get things done for us, which we appreciate very much. I think we need to make this as clean as possible. So please keep that in mind with your motions. And to be honest, Chrissy's not going to have time to review the minutes. She's going to be lucky if she can get the regular minutes done, let alone review minutes from a previous meeting. So please keep these things in mind as we're moving forward. I'm not sure what the exact solution is, but she's not going to be here to fix this.
Understood. I need to recalibrate. If anybody else wants to put a motion forward, that's more concise. Please.
I'm going to make a motion.
hold on, Shabnam. We have a motion
I
and a
can't-
second.
Unless Chrissy wrote it down, I can't recall it.
My understanding of the motion is information is being provided by Shabnam to be part of the minutes for our consideration at the February meeting.
Yes.
That's my understanding. We have a second to that. I'd like to vote on that and move on. Does that work? Any objection to that?
Sorry, so Dietmar's motion is no longer, it's not on the table.
It is no longer on the table. Sean just made a motion.
No,
No, that's-
no,
No,
there's a
let's vote
motion
on
and
that.
there's a second. You have to vote on it. John was just recapping
I
it.
was paraphrasing and recapping. So if there's a disagreement as to what that, my understanding of that is, then we should clarify that.
The motion that's on the floor, which nobody knows what it is, including me who made it, is for the meeting minutes to be reconsidered at the February meeting, for Trustee Lotfi to work with Chrissy to button up the meeting minutes and then present it to the board for consideration.
That works for you, Kate?
Yep.
Okay, ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Item 7C, new business resolutions and motions. C1, discussion possible action 2026 Village Facilities Project. Brian, do you want to speak to this for starters?
Sure. So again, a lot of material in the packet for everybody this evening pertaining to agenda topic 1, the facilities discussion. As you recall, we had our facilities workshop back on the 13th of December. We have a summary included within the packet from what was covered at that meeting. We subsequently sent out a resident survey to the village. Those answers, responses have been compiled. That feedback has also been included in the packet materials this evening for everyone's review. I have asked our Public Works Director, Mr. Hanschke, to provide a list of wants versus needs at the 1008 Shorewood Boulevard Public Works Building site. I've asked Chief Weitzel to include a memo pertaining to the needs for her department here at 810 Shorewood Boulevard. I provided a summary within the agenda notes outlining how we can move forward with this project this evening and some of the points of issue that need to be resolved as we decide which project we'd like to proceed with. And there are 2 accompanying documents in the packet pertaining to a recap of the facilities discussion as a whole, as well as a potential request for proposals or RFP for some of the items we would like to have identified and addressed within any submission out to architecture and engineering firms as we move this forward. So a lot of information to go through tonight. I'm happy to answer as many questions as come up or what I'm able to answer. And I included a potential avenue or pathway forward that we could potentially resolve this with one RFP if we so choose, in a phased approach to handling the facilities projects versus multiple RFPs in different timelines. So happy to begin the discussion, kick things off, or answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Brian? Carol?
Yeah, just in general, and I know Brian and I talked about this a little bit this morning. It seemed like the way things were going before the holidays was a focus on this building first. And we, of course, got back all of our survey results and we have a lot of information swirling around. But if you could narrate a bit, Brian, why you think the DPW building is a good first focus for 2026.
Sure.
And clarifying on that, because in your notes on page 1, it seems that there's a motion that could be either 810 or 1008. But in the packet materials, it does feel very biased towards 1008. So I'm just wondering, how should we read that? You know, are we supposed to look at these buildings equally, or are you actually saying that 1008 should be the priority?
Well, I think that's a good question. And I think there's a couple of ways we can interpret the way to move forward with this. The first is, I think if we look at the responses that we received from the village residents, one of the pieces of discussion within the greater 1008 priority was the future site of the village and whether or not we're going to have a community center at any project over at the Public Works site. The feedback that we received from the village residents survey appears to indicate more strongly that they would like the residents as a whole to move any community center to the site of the Public Works building in some fashion of redesign, renovation, reconfiguration. I know that that has been an issue for a long time. Ever since I've come on board in the village, I've heard about the need of getting the community center addressed. I do believe that we have an opportunity to have it placed there. There is enough room if we reutilize the space appropriately. I also feel like the code update needs, and what I have been told from our Public Works Director, Mr. Hanschke, and then also some of the unresolved, not 100% clear guidance on where we want to take things here at Village Hall leads me to at least think the Public Works is probably the best approach for the first project in 2026. I think we can get it accomplished within the budget parameters that we have set up right now within our CIP. I also think it is a good opportunity for a firm to prove to the board and to the village residents that they have what it takes to stay to a timeline, stick to a budget, and prioritize a design that we feel like is acceptable, reflective of the village character that we want to have at any kind of redesigned building. And then also gives them the extra incentive to stay to that timeline, stay to that budget, so that they earn the right to do whatever is decided to be done at this location. And it buys us a little extra time to figure out what it is that we want to have delivered here at 810 Shorewood. So my personal recommendation would be to go forward at 1008 as that being our first project. Again, this is for discussion. I'm all ears and I understand completely that people will have different opinions on that, but I just feel like right now, the consensus feeling from the responses that we had is that that's the best direction to take.
Dietmar.
Yeah, Brian, it was good for me to listen to your thought process in all of this. And you're right. I don't think all of us are necessarily going to agree on the process driving this forward. But if I could offer just a few observations on how in my mind I'm trying to parse this out and in a very meaningful way push things forward. And I really appreciate Terry or Mr. Hanschke's summary of the needs for 1008 and the wants for 1008 as well, because they're very tactile. And you're right. I think there's an opportunity that we can engage on a number of these items on this list relatively post haste. Now, you and I will disagree on this. I don't think it needs to tie to an RFP process for architecture and design. I think that, electrical upgrades, outlets, light fixtures, those are part of the facilities improvement, the operational improvements that we've talked about and that we, in the December meeting, really consolidate our thoughts. And yes, this is meaningful work. We need to do this. Those, I think, can follow in some ways, a traditional procurement process. So maybe not all items on the wants list or all items on the need list get done. But I don't think they need to tie to an architectural and engineering procurement model to then do plans, bid it out, and follow that process. I think these are operational improvements that really want to happen and really need to happen. Now, I'm interested to hear from other board members if they agree with my sentiment or not. Separately, 810 Sherwood Boulevard, I'm almost a little bit of, it feels like Groundhog Day all over again. We're throwing out the kid with the bathwater. Tom Deegan, our consultant for phase 1 and phase 2 of the feasibility study, I think landed on a plan iteration. It's maybe the most recent one, the last one. I'm looking at Tom over there, hoping that he coached me through it as well. That I think in general terms, we're all in agreement with. There are operational improvements that want to happen at 810 Sherwood Boulevard. And that work, those plans, that information should really be used to then inform the RFP for architecture, engineering services, or design build services to have these operational improvements here. I think, again, I don't want to speak for the board, but my sentiment is that we want to keep 810 Sherwood Boulevard. We intend to keep 810 Sherwood Boulevard, and we intend to provide operational changes, improvements, along with facelift updates, interior, likely exterior, and that should be part of that RFP response. Then the third portion to all of this is the community center. And I think that takes more time and will take more effort and will take more engagement. So that's the third and separate track in all of this. That process to engage the community, to have conversations, to have meaningful conversations, will take longer than all the other two processes that I described. That's my sentiment. That's what I would propose for the board to discuss and really lean into the work that Tom Deegan, as the consultant for 810 Sherwood Boulevard, the plan that he's put together. Lean into that, use that, and play that forward. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Deepak. Kate.
I want to respond to that. I just have a quick question. In the packet, page 102, I was just wondering who authored this, a shared facilities plan for Sherwood Hills. Was that Brian? There was no author on it. So.
Which page is that?
102.
Is that mine?
I think that one is.
Right.
Yeah, that was the inclusion.
Yeah.
Doc.
I worked on that. Yep.
So John,
That was a
this is your
framework.
point
Yep.
of view.
Yep.
Okay.
I just didn't have that title at the top. That's what made me,
Okay, yeah.
hesitate.
Okay, that's really helpful to know that it kind of read as part of, a different part of the packet. So, okay, that's really helpful to know. So I am And thank you, Brian, for laying out your logic and thinking here. And I think I'm hitching in a couple places, and at the start here, I just want to say my bias for action here is strong. I would like us tonight to come up with a decision and move forward. So I am not trying to be a barrier, and that is all at all. But I think if I rewind the tape to early summer, and we were considering the purchase of Logic, the narrative being told at that time was that our village staff needed better facilities to do their jobs, and that we needed more space for the police department. And so if that is the correct read on what is going on, that's why we were focused on potentially acquiring a new building to secure the new facilities needed and extra space. So it is just a little bit of a head scratch now that something else is jumping in front of that, in my opinion. And so that's just a little curious to me. And I think what I thought that we had come to a general board understanding at the December meeting was that we were really interested in investing in money to make operational improvements here, which sounds like Dietmar is recommending an RFP process for that, based on some of the plans that Tom has already put forward. So that does seem like we could move rather quickly. In looking at what our police chief has put forward and what Terry has put forward as well, I think those are represented in a lot of what Tom has already put forward. There was nothing in Jamie's memo, for example, that I felt like wasn't addressed in some of his plans. Sure, we can get tighter. We could probably move a wall here or there. That's where an architectural person would come in, I think, and, through the bid process, we would figure that out. I guess it's just I think that the community conversation, so it's clear to me now, I think that when you're saying the 1008, kicking that off in an RFP process, I think the understanding that I'm taking away is that would not only include what the upgrades Terry needs, which seem pretty straightforward, but also this community space. And I do think that is a larger conversation. And so in the interest of, if we're solving for speed right now, I feel that 810 is farther along, and we've understood the needs because we spent the last 9 months diagnosing that through the acquisition process. And so I feel a lot more comfortable getting on board with a plan to do some of those, start the ball rolling on that. Of course, I'm also in favor of adding some more outlets, and a few things on the needs list. I think a lot of those are no-brainers. We got to put some dollars to them to officially prove that. But that seems like a really straightforward process in the interest of time. I worry that the community center piece of 1008 would really slow us down, and it is sort of tied into pool. And so there's just a few other things that I think we need to use the next 4 to 6 months to sort out, on that front. And so I think for me, I'm much more in favor of investing the dollars that we have initially in 810.
Thank you, Kate. Other comments? Reactions, thoughts? Shavna?
I think Mark was there in 2019. John, you were there in 2019, 2020. If we go and look at those CIPs, there was like a $2 million placehold for the DPW building, and that we didn't have the money to do it at that time, but that we could borrow in 2024 or 2025. So I think if you go back 5 years, John is nodding his head, the priority was the DPW building. And then this last year that got swapped. But so that's just some history. I do want to say I agree with a lot of the comments that Dietmar made. And maybe we don't necessarily need architectural plans. We can just get a bid for the work that needs to be done. It's just kind of getting what we need a little faster, but it's just about getting a bid out. It's good, depending on what comes back and how much. I think we're going to have another discussion unless we have some of that information. If it comes back 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, you have a different discussion. I thought that at the last board meeting, Kate said, let's proceed with multiple processes happening at the same time, just get it started. and then see where the cards fall. So tonight's conversation is just how to get that process started. Or are we picking one building over another right now?
I personally think for the staff's sake of managing and staying on top of what's happening at any location or any given time and keeping timelines consistent, it would be helpful for us to have one project at a time approach. The other consideration that I had with the potential for a public works project first was the opportunity that was if they could phase out what they were going to handle and in the order in which they were going to tackle that building, the public works crew could then move their vehicles potentially to the pool parking lot in the off season when the parking lot's not in use for the pool, so that they could work on the bays and everything. And then the crew can work out at the community center in the off season and relocate there and then move everything back before the pool season starts anew the following year if they were able to keep to that kind of a timeline. The concern I have with 810 Shorewood is what kind of disruption might that have on the existing operations between the police and admin team, depending on what's being worked on at what times, and where is the alternative location that those staff members can work out of. And what I don't think we quite know exactly what we are fully committed to doing here. I mean, I've heard different things about maybe you could put something above the village hall. I don't know what if we're all behind the plans that were drawn up by Tom, or are we still debating the best use of the land?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. Again, this is just my voice. My sense is that Tom, I wish there were like name iterations on your plans. Let's call it iteration 5A. I have no idea, but the most recent one that you had shared that really scaled back the scope of the improvements interior was the path forward. That's for me, that's what I understood the direction to be. And that should really inform an RFP that, we need to follow the procurement process. I get it. It can be put out again, whether it's for architect engineering procurement, whether it's design build procurement. I think maybe the board doesn't have to decide the process by which this will get delivered, but certainly a conversation with someone like Tom could have meaningful impact to guide you in the process. Or Brian, I guess I just don't know your background in having experienced RFP processes and how to deliver them. Maybe you're fully vetted and I'm just speaking to the wall here. But I think there are so many paths forward. But 810 Shorewood Boulevard, that RFP should go out sooner than later. And I'll restate my position in terms of 1008 Shorewood Boulevard. I only understood the improvements to be adding outlets. If their insulation needs to be added at the ceiling, doesn't need architectural plans. If a boiler and 2 boilers need to be replaced, it doesn't need architectural plans. But I also put the caveat out there that I personally don't want the roof to get raised. As unfortunate as it might be for Terry's operations, but we got to draw the line somewhere, and then have a broader discussion about community center. Now I'm repeating myself, but that's a much longer process to spool up and figure out how that will fit into 1008 Shorewood.
Mark? Yeah, I don't think we should get too hung up of form over substance. Focus on the substance and let the administration figure out the form. Working with Tom, working with Terry, whatever. But it seems to me that the consensus is to move forward with what I would call the operational improvements, maybe accepting the roof, because that's a biggie, obviously, but all the other operational improvements for DPW in the north end of the building. And we leave the south end of the building as it is for now. And this discussion we need to have about the community center. I mean, one of my major concerns there is that there's no parking. I don't know if the residents appreciate there's no parking during the day. at the DPW site. It's fully occupied by the staff at that time. So I'm not sure whether they appreciated that when they thought about the location, that they wouldn't have a place to park. But anyway, that's for another day. So from my point of view, I'd like to see us fast track these operational improvements in whatever form makes sense. And let's get that done. And at the same time, we'll be working on the community center. We'll be figuring out a village hall. But I think it's important just tonight to get something approved, and that should be these operational improvements.
Carol, thanks,
So
Mark.
the operational needs list of Terry's, perhaps accepting the roof. Is that gonna add up to the amount of money that we need to spend? If we're not doing community center rooms on the south end of the building, can we do? It's always a strange thing when your problem is how to spend the money, but it comes up more than you think. If we do these little, these important but not so complicated operational improvements, is that going to get us? I mean, how much money is that going to be? In broad strokes, is that our $3 to $4 million right there? And we don't go into arbitrage because we will have spent all of our money. It kind of doesn't sound like it to me. So I hate to bait and switch on Brian after talking to him this morning, but thinking about it today and talking a little bit, it seems to me that we have 810 and we have 1008, and there are uncertainties in each case. In here at the Village Hall at 810, it seems like how to provide for police functions is the main nut to crack with getting started here, because everybody else can work from home for a while. It's been done before. Nobody likes it, but it can happen again. And the remaining difficulty is how to operate the police department with renovations going on at community center. I'm sorry, at 1008 at the DPW building. We don't know exactly what we want yet in our community center rooms. I mean, even though we know that residents kind of like the idea of utilizing space that we already have, that was one of the themes that came up over and over. We don't know exactly what we're doing there yet. And nobody's demanding that happen immediately. I mean, I didn't hear that at all in the survey that, we got to have those community rooms right now. So if it's possible to generate the RFP and to figure out logistically how to keep our police force going, I'm in favor of moving in that direction. That's where we landed before. It seems like we can spend the money that we need to spend, assuming we can get it done fast enough.
Thanks, Carol. Bob.
Reflecting on this, Tom came up with his initial designs that I think were pretty heavy construction options at 1008, with either a 3-story or totally tearing down, rebuilding. The numbers were big. But the presumption is most of the activity, or at least police and public works, would reside there. It seems that the latest designs and discussion has been about this space, and at 810 would be just police and administration. And that we would do a remodel that would hopefully address some of the shortages and space needs that the police and administration need. That's fine. So what does that leave us? It leaves us the firehouse, or 1008. And I agree with Brian and Mark. It seems to me that we may not have decided yet whether or not we want a community center at the logical place to me of 1008 is at the south end, or do we do it at the pool? And so
it doesn't seem to me that we need to decide on that in order to get working on 1008 for Terry. I think we can get started on that. More the question is, do we think 5 years from now that we want to go with Tom's original big designs at 1008? Or do we want to build some grand facility there? And it seems to me if that's even in the cards at all, that we ought to answer that question. Do we anticipate putting big money later at 1008, or should we do the lighter restoration here to solve our problem, do some work at 1008 to satisfy Terry's needs, and then keep discussing the community center, whether that will be at 1008 or the pool or a shared usage.
Thanks for that. Kate?
Yeah, I'm just sharing my screen because I just want to make sure we're kind of thinking when we say operational updates, Mark. So, okay, this is the list from Terry on needs, right? And so is this what we're saying are go-dos? I mean, I'm thinking yes, but Dietmar's shaking his head yes.
Well, I think that there's two levels of work here. Doing electrical upgrades, insulating, lighting, those seem to me to be relatively straightforward, simple, probably lower cost. Now, when you're talking about changing the roof, that's a
Correct.
different kettle of
It's
fish.
not-
So I think we have sort of two levels of investment here.
Right. I just want to be very clear with like when we're referencing certain things, right? The roof, raising the roof is not on the needs list. Is that?
No, it's item 4.
4 and 5.
Yeah, 4 and 5.
Oh, okay.
I would say that we could get an estimate from somebody what that might cost.
I thought that was here on the needs, the wash bay, which was part of the salt. No?
Well, those are his wants. These are
Right.
needs.
I think we just need to get very specific because I'm also not in favor of raising the roof there. So if we're looking at the DPW building updates right now, I think to Carol's point, I mean, this also seems just like how this seems like maintaining a piece of property. Like I can't believe that they don't have the electrical upgrades that they need, at this point. So to me, this seems like besides the roof portion, go do. Like we should just spend the $500,000 to $800,000 to make this happen. Then we have the rest of the money, the 3 to 4 million floating out there. And so that's why my bias is that, we have some great initial concepts. Let's leverage those and bring 810 tomorrow. I don't see how we spend $4 million at 1008 right now. And my comments in December about doing a couple of things at the same time, that did not mean dual RFPs for staff to manage. That meant the pool committee and Carol and myself potentially continuing the conversation around community center and how that nets out between pool and 1008. So it buys us some time. So it's like we get some of these things are like, this is just like on fire for our staff. Like we have to fix these, in my opinion. Buys us some time. It's the same model that we're using at the pool, where we're not going to spend $1 million at the pool next year, knowing that whether it's next year or year after that, that building's coming down. Why would we throw good money after bad? So I don't want us to spend a ton of money at one facility if that is just going to get reworked, eventually. So.
Well, Kate, that's my point about,
Yeah.
we should decide where we're going to do things so we don't end up in this situation where we're putting money in at 1008 and then later down the road we're tearing it all down to rebuild again. So it seems to me those basic questions should be asked first. Where are we going to put this effort? And you say that you're against raising the roof. I would say why? I mean, can't we get a bid and find out where it sits relative to everything else and make a decision there? Because it's more of a money factor. It's a need for what he has. But is it an affordable need? I don't know. I think it's going to be expensive, but does it fall within the parameters that we're looking at? I don't know, because we don't have a bid on it. So that seems like a simple task to me, while we're getting these other estimates, maybe to get that bid, and then we can consider that along with everything.
Carol and then Dietmar.
So I have two really different pieces to add that I hope will advance the conversation. One is sort of RFP or bid fatigue. I mean, no matter how much money each one is for, the staff is gonna have to get these bids out and, you know, I am sensing that putting a full RFP process out for this building and also getting, you know, 6 or 7 different bids for all the other things is just gonna, assuming that's not gonna work for staff. That's part of the reason why we have to make a decision. So that in turn is the reason why I'm in favor of the 810 right now. Because not only are we uncertain about community rooms at 1008, we're also uncertain about the roof. So, you know, we can't have the staff going in a zillion directions, even if they're not all a lot of money. The second piece, Bob, I think, and you know, this is just my gut sense. I didn't look at the long-term CIP today, but you know, my general operating sense is that after we spend these monies, our CIPs are gonna have to go to the roads. That's what's up next is the roads. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we got 13 million out there waiting in the wings to tear down 1008 and build a new 2 or 3 story building. I don't think it's in our future.
Right.
So for me, making best use of 1008 is a high priority for the foreseeable future as far as what I've seen.
Okay, thanks for that. Dietmar, I think you're up next.
Concur with that last point, 100%. That's exactly it. I'm not going to regurgitate it. Kate, because you pulled up that needs list, would you, and you're logged in, I assume, would you mind sharing it again, just so that I can articulate my thoughts one last time? As far as 1008 is concerned, there are a handful of items that I think we should just go and get done. Totally agree. These are operational improvements. They just need to happen. In terms of lists of priorities, I'm sure there are some that are lower cost and some are higher cost, right? A new RTU might be too much at line item 9, but you know, certainly plumbing upgrades, number 2, number 3, those are all within the realm, and I don't want to necessarily dictate as to what's feasible, what's possible, but we just need to get it done. And running in parallel, I get the fact that there is only a finite amount of resources, Brian, that our staff has, but just to walk through a timeline, even as I play it out in my head, even if an RFP gets chucked out for 810 Sherwood Boulevard in the next 2, 3, 4 weeks, that process will take 3 weeks at best for respondents to come back. We're at the middle of March, decisions get made, it gets before the board again. Even before someone comes on, we're looking at April, May to kick off the improvement process. Maybe end up at plans in July, August to then bid that work out and then work on the construction. So I think that timeline to me speaks everything that Kate has said, Carol has said. Let's get that show on the road as well, in addition to these needs upgrades at 1008. And you could say, Dietmar, you're just full of it. This is way too much. We can't do it. I can only do this. But then let's have the conversation. But that's what I see to be the direction that I'd like to go. And I'd like the board to either agree or propose something different. But I think we need to start gaining traction. And Tom Deegan's plans, that last iteration of the improvements here, need to be used to inform the RFP so that we get very meaningful responses and that people have an understanding, architects, engineers, design, build, contractors, however you want to deliver this thing, what the expectations are. So it's not this blank canvas. Well, we want to improve 810 Sherwood Boulevard. What does that mean? Well, here's a blueprint of what we spent on. I hope all that makes sense.
No, thanks for that, Dietmar. Other thoughts, comments? Shabna?
So I think if we're doing the needs for the DPW building, I'd love to know the cost of the wants, if we could include those as well. Just get one building done and move on to the next. I think that, when Mike Meyer was the head of DPW, he was always, talking about how difficult it was that some equipment is here and some things are there, and how between all the staff and who is having the hardest time doing their job, I think it's the DPW who's having the hardest time doing their job. And I would prioritize them for that reason, that even before Mike Meyer, it was John, and he was complaining about, I can't imagine having a printer at my office and like the phone at my house. And that's what it's like for them to be able to do their job. So, but I support raising the roof. And like Bob said, what's the harm in getting a price for it? If we could afford it, let them do their job.
Yeah, I think I just get back to speed. And I think, we're already behind the 8 ball in a lot of this work that should be kicked off. I feel it from you, Brian, and I know we want to get rolling. And so I think it also just getting bids for raising a roof, that is staff time. If we're trying to protect staff time, that is also something that they're going out and getting, and that we're, having them manage. So, I think Carol, it sounds like Carol, Dietmar, myself, I'm wondering if there's a fourth, are in favor of moving forward with getting something, getting an RFP process kicked off for 810. And I am definitely in favor of these, we could maybe have a tighter list, or I don't know how we want to get to the, 5 things on this list that are just go-dos that Terry deserves to have done for his, team and staff, like 100%. And I think for the meatier issues, like a roof, community center, we are not, I don't feel like we are there yet. And we have to keep moving though. So that's why I feel my bias for action is, let's get 810 out the door. Let's do the basic things we need at DPW, and then continue the conversation on the other things.
Okay, I'm gonna have an opportunity to speak here, but Dietmar and then Carol.
And I just want to articulate my thoughts about raising the, I think in concept, I understand Shabnam and Bob where you're coming from, but there is a technical nature to this that both takes time and effort. And it's not just as simple as getting a bid, because it needs plans, it needs engineering. It's a whole rabbit hole to chase down, only for the option to then decide yay or nay. I'm projecting that the lift is much heavier than what it appears to be on the surface, because everything that's involved with it, it's not just let's raise the roof. It's no plans, specification, engineering. Will it work with our zoning conformance? A whole bunch of things. So I'm kicking this down the line, and for the reasons that I just stated, it's not as simple as just let's get a number on it. So.
Fair enough. Ben, Bob.
Yeah, my little comment to follow more or less Kate's is that it seems like usually what Brian needs from the board is priority. He's there to knock out the logistics and decide, oh, maybe today I can get out a bid for the boilers. That's up to him to decide. I think what we have to tell him is what's the priority. And I think that 810 is the priority.
No, I don't know. It should flow.
Just, for 1008, we could do what we did with the boathouse. You do phase 1, do the stuff, and then the roof is like a phase 2 in the future if we want to do it. I, trust what Dietmar said as somebody who works in construction, and I'm on board. You could push that out to later.
Other thoughts? I'll share some thoughts. This has been a really good discussion. Obviously, I kind of outlined where I thought the priorities, where I thought DPW would come first. And then that 810 really would be about fixing what matters now. I'm in agreement that Public Works could be more of a, I don't know how Dietmar characterized it, kind of not, we don't need the architectural, we just got to take care of the things that need to be taken care of. That's one. Two, raising the roof is a need. So it may be too expensive, it may be too complicated, it may be whatever. But I think we have a responsibility to find out, to Bob's point, what that is. I can tell you, when we talked about DPW back in the teens, we talked about that was an absolute must-have. John Mitmo talked about that. I think Denny probably talked about it before them, and certainly Terry has talked about it. So from this chair, I'd at least like us to evaluate it. Three, and we had this public comment today about what Maple Bluff is doing. They have more than one community center. They have the Daily Cabin, they have the Beach House, they have the euchre tournaments that Cynthia spoke to. So while I agree that we don't need to do the architectural for the public works, we need to, as a community, find what that community's use could be on the south end. And that's going to require some architecture, that's going to require an elevator, it's going to require an update of the bathrooms. It's going to require some things. What we saw in the surveys was, what was it, 54%, 57% of the respondents said community center at 1008 was their preference. That was meaningful to me. And so I'd like us to be able to explore that. I realize that's going to take a little bit longer. And then to your point, Shabnam, we could find a way to phase that, really focus on the heavy stuff that needs to be done and needs to be done. And Brian working with Terry and working with those providers. The other thing I'd like to suggest, since there is an interest on behalf of the board to move forward on things at 810, and I realize it might be more of a staff issue, to manage these RFPs, is we find a way to do both and fix what matters now. We said we're going to fix what matters now for the police and for administration. I think we can do that. I think we can do that in a way that's not too heavy in terms of workflow and in terms of money. I share Carol's concern about this dragging out too long and getting to an arbitrage situation, and now we're throwing money around, to try to get things done. I think we have a duty, a responsibility to move on both of these and just do it as efficiently as possible, support the staff. What I see in the motions that Brian developed was to develop an ad hoc committee, to help implement this. And, I threw together an RFP just very quickly as helpful for him as a starting point and helpful for the public and the trustees. And I have no specific expertise in that. I just put it together. But I'm getting a little long here. But my point is, I think we can do everything that's been talked about. I think there's a consensus on this body to move forward on both facilities, and then consider the community center as kind of a separate track as we move forward. Carol.
Yeah, I think Brian's been begging us for direction for months. We've been in one form or another talking about facilities for 3 years, something like that. And we have to give Brian a direction he can work with. And that's not to say that it wouldn't be good to have an ad hoc committee. I know that was requested to advise but we can't use ad hoc committee to say, oh, we're not going to make a decision. We have to punt that to the no, we have to decide.
Right.
We have to make a decision. So, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion to instruct the village administrator to prepare a request for proposal for architectural and engineering firms in relation to a capital project at 810 Shorewood Boulevard.
Second.
I could suggest an amendment, and again, I don't want to get the wording get in the way of it, but it specifically says architecture engineering firms. There's a third way, which are design build approaches as well. I don't know if that, you would consider that in the motion, be, Brian, if it matters to you, I don't know. I don't want to, again, have the form get in the way of the function, but
Last time I did an RFP with this, I received responses from architects, engineering firms, and design build.
So that would encompass that.
yeah, they're
Yeah.
different delivery
Yeah,
models.
sure, yeah, I know,
models,
but
Essentially, too.
yeah.
Hey, can I ask for clarification
Yeah.
on your motion? Do you intend to then make a second motion about 10:08? Or are we only doing 8:10 now?
That's what I'm kicking off right now. I think there is also probably some consensus to do some of what I'm calling the just go do's, but to me, we haven't all aligned on like, okay, of that list of 8 or 9, like what are the things? So I think we still maybe need a little talk on that.
Okay, so you intend to continue that discussion tonight. I hate to see us leave with only addressing the one facility when it seems we could do them both.
Okay. Other discussion on the motion?
So what
Sure.
we're gonna, so just so I know the process, so we're gonna give the firms the drawings that Tom Deegan has written, drafted, and then they're gonna bid it out? Is that what they do here? Right? Is that correct?
I think the process might be slightly different than what you described, but it gets us going on a path. So it is not taking necessarily Tom's plans, using them for construction services. Tom's plans are designed and intended to inform for architects to respond to in combination with engineering services, or for architect contractor services to put forth proposals to deliver, again, design service and or build service combined. So it's a bit convoluted, and I think there's more nuanced conversation. I'm looking at Tom in the room to perhaps have Brian have that guided conversation. That's why the motion was amended, but to move
Okay.
this
Understood.
810 Shore Boulevard forward to get it on its tracks.
Ready to vote on this? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. That motion carries. Are there any other motions regarding the facilities discussion?
I'm open to, do we want to decide the list for DPW? Should we do that live right now?
Brian, do you,
That's
I mean, how do we
Yeah,
peck away at this list?
Are you wanting this to be under the umbrella of the same RFP in 2 phases? You want it to be a separate RFP at a later point then?
I personally don't see it as an RFP. I see it
Okay,
as,
just as-
Terry, go meet with J.M. Brennan.
Okay,
I'm picking a
Work with
name to
individual
look at the boilers, and let's
okay,
let's follow the procurement process on the replacement of the equipment. Let's meet with whatever. XYZ Electric to add outlets, improve the service. Let's meet with XYZ Plumbing to swap out fixtures and follow the procurement process. That's my idea.
So Dietmar, what, is it really the roof on, don't have the list in front of me, but, is it sort of the roof that, do you feel that the other projects, with the exception of the roof, that we should more fast track, or were there some others on there that you had?
Yeah.
You had some question about?
If I look at the needs list, I would certainly, boilers, we don't want those breaking some given winter day.
Right.
Let's go procure the replacement of those. And then again, we've got a procurement policy that Terry could follow. I'm personally okay with number 2 and 3. I'm not okay with 4 or 5. I don't know enough about 6, but maybe that's worth pursuing. I'm sure there are equipment, the vehicle hoist dealers that can provide the quote. I think insulating the ceiling might be easy enough to procure quotes on.
Yeah.
8 and 9, whatever degree or flavor that wants to come in. So the only thing that I personally think isn't, I see the value of it, but I don't want to chase down that rabbit hole, is items 4 and 5.
Okay, I would agree with that with the exception of 4 and 5, that we get going on the rest of them. That would be my stance.
Okay, Shavna?
Could we, give them like a budget and say, go after these to a maximum of $100,000 or 200, whatever a number is, and then maybe he can get a vendor to come in and do number one, but he's stuck on number six. But give him that authority. You've got this much budget. Move on it.
I think we have a procurement policy that Terry or Brian would follow to procure bid proposals on any one of these given items that comes before the board again for approval. And that's that.
But it doesn't come before the board if it's under $50,000.
It's gonna be more than 50,000.
Yeah, some of those are definitely gonna be over that threshold, but that's just it. If you want us to follow the procurement policy, more than likely when we get the quotes, they're gonna be in somewhat of the similar range. And then we will make the selection based on availability, best price, best product. And then I can have Terry start doing that immediately. I mean, I think we will have the budgetary capacity within our CIP to address these issues, get it started, and then we'll have even leftover money coming into 2027 that we can decide how we want to finish things up. Do we want a facelift over at 1008? What kind of money do we have left? And what we should hopefully have a better idea of what we want included within any community room that we add to the site, parking considerations. We can keep that conversation going while the other pieces start to be addressed.
Sean, Dimar, can you enlighten us on what RTU is for the whole
Rooftop unit.
Okay.
So HVAC, heating and cooling.
There's other ways to do that too. Go ahead, Shawna.
So I would like to make a motion to authorize the village administrator to initiate procurement of the items on the need list minus number 4 and number 5.
I'll second that.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion? That precludes us evaluating that cost or that complexity moving forward?
I think they're saying it's going to come back. That they're just going to get the numbers and they're going to have to come back to us.
Sorry, Shab, now, was your motion to initiate the process or is it to spend the money? Seems to me we should be initiating the process with evaluating the money before we make a final decision, right?
The procurement process. So we'll follow that process. So if it is over 50, then it would come back to the board, but if it's not, then Terry can move.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we're comfortable with the motion?
So we're authorizing really 50,000 for each one of these or 50,000 total?
We have a lot more than 50,000.
Well, I know we'll be, but, and that's why I'm asking.
I think you need to be comfortable with it being, yeah.
We can provide updates as we begin this process, so the board's up to date on what are we addressing and the timelines for getting those addressed. So we'll provide, I will talk with each of the department heads. We'll get this started, and especially with Terry, we'll start bringing, monthly updates as to where things stand back to the board. He can provide a memo to the board saying, here's the quotes I received this month, or however you would like to do it, but we'll give you updates.
I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Okay, Dietmar?
I could amend that motion. Would you mind flipping to the next page? Because I think there's a very easy goal, and that's item 6. So that's electronic fobs, FOB access. That is a relatively low way of gaining access to the building in lieu of handing out.
Can you say it one more time, Dimar?
Electronic
Adding item 6.
Add. Okay.
To the quote unquote needs list.
That's a code issue, is it not?
No.
It's not?
No.
So is that a friendly amendment?
Sure, absolutely.
Cool, thank you.
Could we go back to the needs again? Okay. So I just needed to clarify. So we're not asking Brian to elicit bids or information regarding raising the ceiling.
4 and 5. Correct. We're not addressing.
And the reason is for staff timing. That I agree with you, it should be done, but that the other issues are a priority and that they're manageable and we could achieve it, but that we will in the future come back to 4 and 5.
Dietmar, your sense is that we could do all this without redoing work if we had to raise the roof at some point?
Well, you lose the ceiling and the insulation. Sure.
Yeah, but again, I see that as a much further reach out there. I mean, there will be many different boards sat at this table before we even talk about this again, in my mind. Just, let's get something on, let's get this show on the road.
I get it. I have to ask the question though, because we've had 3 DPW chiefs ask for this.
My sentiment is, again.
And they do the work.
I understand. My sentiment is we have to walk a fine line of operational improvements that are needed and wanted. And there is another focus that I believe that I shared with this board and the rest of the constituents before, where we also have to improve our infrastructure. And on top of that, I think the whole raising the roof is really a longer conversation as it pertains to any expansion at the cold storage building. I think those conversations go hand in hand. And that's why it's a longer conversation with a much further lens to view this whole process.
Thanks for that. Shabna?
If they were to have extra time, free time on the weekend and just wanted to do it on their own accord and get a bid, we would consider it. You know, it's just that we're doing the other ones, but if they wanted to bring in the future, we would consider it.
I thought you were saying they could raise the roof over the weekend. We could do the volunteers, yeah. Go ahead.
Just
Carol.
for people like me who don't know exactly why the roof needs to be raised, could somebody explain?
Yes. We have these big trucks and they have big beds on them that raise up. And Terry, the ceiling's too low and he can't raise up the beds high enough to be able to do maintenance on. And so he would like to be able to raise those all the way up. And that makes it easier to do the maintenance. And he would like it there, but as Dietmar said, that maybe that's something that we would want to do out of cold storage, avoid the huge expense here. You know, but that's the basic reason.
Exactly. And I think washing them too, to wash the beds. So, and to not do it out in the cold or whatever, but I think exactly, it's hand in hand with cold storage. There are other ways to crack that nut. So I think we need to look at it more holistically and speak with Terry directly. I would like to hear from Terry. So it's a longer conversation. I would like to bring us back to that. We have a motion that's been seconded by Bob. So I think we should vote on it.
It's also been amended.
And then with a friendly amendment.
Right. Okay, sounds like we're ready to vote. All those in favor of that motion, raise your hand. Okay, that motion carries. All right, are there any other motions for facilities? Okay, let's move on. Where are we here? Eller's financial model, results. Mark, did you want to speak to this? No, there was no action on this that was talked about?
I'll let Brian speak to write up on this one.
Yeah, that's fine. I can cover this. So again, in the greater, I know we had some comments earlier, feedback noted. Thank you for sharing that. Again, this is just one of the placeholders that we've had on the agenda for a number of months since Ellers first came out, to share some ideas about our structural deficit. One of the ideas, again, that is currently being discussed within the Finance Committee and will likely be continued at this upcoming Finance Committee meeting is the issue about possible TID closures within the village via inter-TID loans. So we're looking at the possible solution that is bringing revenue to the village on an earlier timeline than currently planned. in the general discussion about ways that the village can look at saving money, I thought it was also prudent to say, what could the village potentially look at from a opportunity of internal cost cutting variety. And that was where the municipal court fit in. The municipal court, again, this is not to say I have made any decisions. I have not. I just know that we have some pending upcoming departures within the department, or we've already had a departure that was unplanned within the department. So the potential could exist at this point to look at this as a possible candidate for an innovation grant and a partnership with a nearby municipality. I am just asking for the board's either guidance or direction as to whether or not that is something that they would like me to look into further.
Thoughts, reactions, Shabnam?
Which municipality?
What, say that again?
Which municipality?
Which municipalities? The local options that I believe exist are Middleton. You would have to go out to the Cross Plains, or you'd have to go over to Monona. I don't believe there's any other close enough, like City of Madison options that we could partake in.
Mark?
Yeah, so we're gonna have these conversations in Finance Committee. Let's be meeting next Monday. Not only talk about this bigger TID closure issue, which just remind the board is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Which is to say, any TID closures are not gonna happen this year. Very unlikely, probably not happen next year, in the sense that the money from any closure will probably start in 2028. So in 2026, this year, we closed the budget by drawing down projected $125,000 from the unassigned fund balance to square the budget. We haven't figured out yet how we're going to close the budget in the following year. Okay, so in 2027, we're talking about maybe $100,000 of unfunded balance that we're going to have to deal with. Now, maybe we can do it the same way with unassigned fund balance. Maybe we can do it with operational savings. Maybe we can do it with the wheel tax. Everything will be on the table in the Finance Committee as we talk about how do we get to the TID closure? What's the bridge to the TID closures that would be a more permanent, hopefully, solution to the problems we face on the funding? So all those things will be on the table in Finance Committee, and we'll be reporting back to you with some recommendations, I think, at the February meeting of the board. So that's where we are on that story right now.
Carol?
So Brian is looking for us to give him thumbs up, thumbs down on continuing to pursue alternatives to having the municipal court as we have for the past.
And for the record, that does not mean we are making any decisions to do that. I need to learn whether or not it even exists as an option first. But I want to know, do I have support? I don't want to invest the time to bring it back and find out someone's interested, only to find out that nobody had ever looked into it in the first place.
Plus, I also think we need to have better understanding whether it's material from a financial point of view to do that, or is it not? So I think get a better sense of what the cash flow looks like on this municipal court issue. Because if it's a marginal amount of money, I can't imagine that we'd want to do it. But if it's more significant, that'd be an issue. But if you have a chance to bring those numbers to Finance Committee too, that'd be great.
I very much appreciate the creativity on it, Brian. I think we have to think that way across the board. I guess a couple things. I really would prefer to have finance, instead of drip, like savings here, so like have more of a comprehensive look at, what is a really sustainable way to do this? And I know that's what you guys are continuing to talk about. I personally am not seeing the cost savings there just with some of the numbers you've been given tonight. And we're worthy of such a pretty profound switch in how we would, have our municipal court. So right away, in terms of eliminating work for you, I would say, don't look into it.
What about Carol?
I think knowledge is power. I would respectfully disagree. I also think that having the court has knock-on effects on the renovation here in this building. So that also needs to be part of the arithmetic. I think I'd like to put this motion out there, so that we can have a second and discuss it. So I move to authorize village administrator to review cost savings associated with pursuit of an innovation grant, including a potential merger of the village municipal court with interested local municipalities.
I guess I don't think concern, Carol's, to take up Gloria's earlier point, is that this wasn't marked for action. It was discussion only. So I'm a little concerned about that aspect of it.
I was actually 2 seconds ago gonna ask whether a straw poll is sufficient, or does there need to be a motion?
Thoughts, Julie?
Well, we didn't put action on there.
Yeah.
Really, so I think the straw poll is gonna.
Straw poll.
All right, I take it back.
Would you like to amend your, from a straw poll
No,
standpoint?
we
Just-
don't really
yeah.
need a motion, seems like.
Okay. All right. Shawna?
I think Felice's comments were meaningful, and the judiciary is never designed to be a moneymaker. The cost is $30,000. We spent more on one consultant a year, and we do 5 maybe consultants. I think the residents would be very concerned that we are looking to merge services with another municipality to save $30,000, yet we will not consider doing that with the police department when that's like a $1.5 million or more cost. So I think there's a little bit of logic to it.
I understand that. Bob?
Well, I think it's not just the money, but the space as well, right? Space required. To be able to have a proper courtroom and space for clerk, and that has to be factored in as well.
Yeah, Carol mentioned that as well.
Yeah, you're
Yeah. The moves that would have to happen in this building in order to accommodate it. Okay, other discussion, other thoughts? I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I would like, just from my standpoint, I'd like finance to take a look at it. And, I think Felice made her comments. I think Marilyn made comments, and so those are gonna resonate with me. But I'd like finance to look at it and see how it kind of fits in the old picture. The other thing is we'll have a better handle in terms of improvements in this building, what those real costs are to accommodate that function moving forward. And that's gonna be something I think we need to understand.
Just to be clear, the finance committee is only gonna look at it from a financial standpoint.
Yep.
All the other issues are to the board, so we're just gonna try to get just some numbers, and the board will have to take it from there.
Dietmar?
I'll just share my opinion, and I guess my opinion is really, I'm rather lukewarm. I appreciate both having some level of additional information. I think the sort of the overall budget concern, it's real, right? And understanding options. But I also don't want to chase down again the wrong rabbit hole on this if that lemon just isn't worth a squeeze. So I don't want to.
You're very quotable tonight.
There's too many metaphors.
Well, I apologize.
Limit it to 2 or 3.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice, still young.
But Brian, it's sort of I'm agnostic to it. I think there's power in knowing, but I also know you have just the fact that we passed the facility stuff tonight. I think you'll have your hands full as well. in addition to all the other things that you need to, I don't know, you manage your own schedule.
That's fine. I just want to have some direction because I don't want to invest the time
Right?
that's precious right now into doing something that no one had an interest in me looking into in the.
So
first place.
I'll probably just lean more towards the, I don't really want you to invest the time in it. But that's more of a lean. And that's, I'm one person on this whole thing.
Any other feedback for Brian on that then?
Don't do anything at this point then. Okay.
All right, Mark, nothing else on the model results? No. Shabna, for the CSM, there's a description under 7C3. There's also a possible motion. You spoke to that. Or why don't you speak to it? Let's do it that way.
I think Brian should speak to it.
Okay. Brian, do you want to speak to this?
The survey map guide.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that, no problem. So again, obviously, we still have people, that are very much, interested in seeing that the village pursue all avenues to ensure that all certified survey maps receive proper review, proper guidance, and a proper policy that follows that the village residents fully understand. There were some issues brought up as to what pieces of the village zoning policy interact with the CSM decision-making process and at what points and in which steps. I somewhat informally reached out to our village attorney, our village planner, asked both of them if they would have an interest in helping assist us in putting a formal guide together, some document that's very accessible and easy for people to understand how that process works. Of course, last year we had a very high year in consultant expenses related to the CSM. So I was pushing this off into the new calendar year when we would have our new budget to make this possible. We did not have the abilities to add any additional money to our consultant accounts in 2026 due to the tight nature of our municipal budget. So if this is something that you would like me to still have them engaged in pursuing, I would just ask you to clarify up to what expense would you like me to say that is the limit in which we want your time and involvement invested in this. And just let me know if you are okay with that just coming out of the general zoning consultant account or legal expense account, just so I know properly how to assign those charges.
Shabna?
And so it was the September board meeting, I think it was 1 o'clock in the morning, that we talked about the CSM memo regarding Sweetbriar. And one of the things that came out of it was like, this is really late at night. Can we get like an educational session on this later? And so I thought, we could do that. I didn't think that it would require like a project with the consultants. I think just reaching out to the League of Municipalities, this is just work that's already done and doesn't necessarily need to be done. So I think the board clearly needs to know what to do with the CSM. And that information is like available without it being required to like hire consultants for it. Unless I'm misunderstanding, but Dietmar, please.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. I think we owe the board, this body owes it to the board as well as constituents and any person interested in going through the process of CSM and clearly understanding what the expectations are and what the process of obtaining a CSM is. I can't speak if it's rooted in the League of, if there's clarity in the League of Municipalities or if our ordinance supersedes certain things, state statute, whatever, but if I had to pick a number, I would be comfortable with saying, Brian, whether it's $6,000, $7,500, I think to gain that clarity for everyone and everyone going forward in perpetuity is just key. Having dealt with City of Madison CSMs, they're very structured. They're extremely process driven on that, and there's just no bending to it. That's it. So to lay that out there, to have it clearly articulated, I think it's going to set up this board or any future board for success, as well as any one of the constituents or any person wanting to go through a CSM effort here. Those are my thoughts.
And just to clarify, I think it's not necessary, and I don't think this is what you mean. It's not necessarily the paperwork, but that when it comes to the board, when can you approve? When can you conditionally approve? When do you deny? That's what we're looking for.
I guess I'm envisioning, here is how the steps that you have to go through to get a CSM recorded, the approval, the entitlement process. Meaning, whatever it is, I'm making stuff up now. So please notify the neighbors, not notify the neighbors, have a land survey done, have it done by a registered land surveys. And some of those already exist. That's how it is. Make sure that it's not encumbered. You have to meet with the plan commission 20 times before it gets reported. You have to meet with this board 18 times before it gets reported. Just whatever the process is, that it's laid out. Here's what needs to happen.
Can we do both? So what they need to do and what the board needs to do.
I think that's the framework. Maybe I'm not articulating my thoughts clearly, but here's the guide. That's my expectation. If you want to create a CSM, whether you want to divide land or merge land, here's the process by which you go through.
Maybe those board steps are embedded in that.
I mean, I think it comes to us and then we're like, we've been told, Mark mentioned it. We have no choice. We have to approve. There's nothing you can do about it. And I don't think that's actually true. So we need to know when it comes to us, the statute or ordinances say you can conditionally approve, and under what circumstances do you do that?
That's a very different project than the one that Dietmar discussed. I mean, Dietmar's description to me sounded almost like a checklist. You wanna subdivide, you wanna consolidate properties. Here's the things you have to do. And if you do those, you're there. And if not, now you know what you have to do. I think that's very different from saying, okay, where is it that the village can actually change the process? What are all the steps to that? And what might that look like? But I think that's very different. Chopin?
Because I don't think the reason this has come up is because residents or applicants don't know how to apply for a CSM. The reason this has come up is because of what the board government needs to do. That the focus is on us. And the focus should also include, like, when do you rescind? Like, all this came up again, we're flat-footed.
I am not sure that I follow your philosophy on this. I guess I'm looking at it as a framework step through. And that's done in consultation with Van de Wall, our planner, and nominal guidance by our village attorney to lay out the frame on this. And then has any person who's applying, who's submitted for CSM to be recorded, have they followed the steps? Have they had 18 meetings with plan commission? Have they had 17 meetings with the board before it gets approved? Whatever it is, the framework gets clearly articulated. I think your sort of philosophical question is then a conversation to have with the village planner on what bar needs to be met to either approve or not approve. And that's different. You're absolutely right, but that's not what I'm asking for. And maybe maybe I'm just off base here that you're asking for what it is that you're articulating. And I'm saying, I want to articulate this to Brian. Because I think your ask is more rooted in what happens when CSM goes through the process and then comes before any particular body. First the plan commission and then this board. What can happen and what are all the checklists along the way that have been met to ensure that it's properly entitled for this body signs off and then it gets recorded at the Register of Deeds in perpetuity. But that's a conversation to have with a planner once those steps are laid out and once any of these entitlement efforts come forward. So those are my thoughts.
That's helpful. Mark, other thoughts, other comments on this?
Just make one last comment.
Yeah, you betcha.
Because I think if we're going through this, the $1 million question for me that I would still like answered is, does the CSM, is it required that the division would meet all the other zoning requirements? Because that is what I think Brian Berquist looks at before doing his part. Is do all the sub parcels that are created meet all the zoning requirements?
That's part of the review process by the zoning administrator.
And I have a feeling I know a good number of the questions that I need to communicate to the village planner and the village attorney in the review of what transpired in the Sweetbriar process. So I have plenty of notes related to that as far as what I think we need answers to. I will communicate those to them both. It's just more of a, to what amount do you really want me to pursue this up to? I don't want it to be, something that comes back and then I'm told, why did you spend that much? We should have really reined this in. We were thinking it was only going to be, as long as or if you're all in on, we just need to get this done, do it. Costs be damned. I go forward and do it. Tell them, we want it to see as quickly as we can get it back.
In order for me to put a number for it, which is really what you're asking, I also have to feel this out a little bit. Based on your experience, as I said earlier, I'm thinking $7,500. Will that actually get us something? Is that?
I think for that, yeah.
I believe, again, I don't believe this to be a waste of money. I think it's an investment to really clarify a process that is much needed. And I guess the only thing that I'd like to add, and just because it's come up a couple of times tonight, CSM doesn't necessarily just not only can divide or subdivide land, it can also merge lands, right? It's just so that we get that nomenclature out there, or the correct understanding of the nomenclature out. So that's the only thing that I wanted to say.
You had your last one shot. No, I'm just
Sure,
kidding. No, go
sure.
ahead. No, go ahead.
I ask that if it turns out the board, the CSM previously should not have been approved because it did not meet all village zoning requirements, that the board issue an apology and a correction of the record.
Clarifying question.
Yeah.
To whom are we paying the $7,500? Is that to our village attorney? Who?
It would be a combination of the village attorney and village planner working together to put the document together.
I see. Okay.
And process-wise, Brian, are you anticipating this will come back directly to the board or go to plan commission first and then the board?
I was thinking straight to the board, but we could certainly run it by plan commission if you'd like first.
Any expressions of preference?
So, Mark, question. If this this guide, this checklist, whatever you want to call it, if all the conditions have been satisfied, does the board have any discretion? And I'm kind of thinking the answer is no, but maybe the answer is yes. But if it truly is a checklist, that, you know, you have to do this, you have to do that, and you've done all that stuff, then isn't it automatic that I guess that's my question. Is there any, if this is satisfied, then does the board have any discretion at that point? Okay, and that would put us in a position to say, you know, we really do want some, maybe we want to say we want to create some discretion. Maybe we want some additional test, additional item on the to-do list. And then the question is, well, can we put that in our ordinance? Are we permitted to add that requirement? And I think the beginning point is having the list. Once you have the list, then we can ask the question, okay, if the list is satisfied, does that remove all discretion from the plan commission and the board? Okay. If it doesn't, if the board still has discretion, we want to understand that. And then if we don't have discretion, at least it would put us in a position able to say, well, I think there should be another step here. I think there should be another requirement. And then the issue is it possible to put that in our ordinances to amend our code and without conflicting with state law? But I think that is the second stage. The first stage is just, what are all the steps? If you meet the steps, is it automatic, or is there still a judgment call? And then after all that's done, we can decide, is there some other requirement that we either want to pull out or put in, and whether we're able to do that. But I think that's down the road.
So it sounds like someone should make a motion.
Emer,
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
thank you.
For consideration here. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the village administrator, whose name is Brian Mooney, to have consultants work to establish a new CSM guide framework in 2026 at a maximum amount of $7,500 to be drawn from, and I'll look for some coaching advice from Julie. Where can we draw this from?
That's a good question.
I was gonna say, who's ever making the motion, right? Across from Smart.
That's the problem, is it's unbudgeted, so if it comes out of your consultant fees, and I don't have my laptop in front of me, I can't even tell you what that budget is, but I'm thinking it's $1,000 roughly. So basically, you're gonna be using a third of your budget for this, and then what happens to something else?
Otherwise, it can't be the unassigned fund balance, correct?
I would not recommend that. We're already taking $125,000 out of that this year, and we have, you know, few rough years ahead of us according to predictions. I would not recommend that. That's why I was concerned when Brian was discussing this with me. I'm like, there's the funding coming. We have to say where the funding's coming from for this. So it is up to the board to decide with the number of CSMs that we have, is this worth spending a third of our budget on? If it is, it is.
Yep, I think given the nature of what everything has happened going forward, this clarity is needed. So at the risk of causing pain, but it seems like the consultant's fee might just be the natural spot for it to live in at this point. Okay. So that's
Mark?
I don't know if you got that motion, to see more or less.
I think I missed where it's coming from.
The
Consultant fee, planning consultant, general ledger. I can't tell you the consultant, I'm sorry.
I can make up a number. So that's my motion.
Second.
Thank you, Sheldon. Further discussion?
Yeah.
Mark?
Yeah, so the only thing I remind the board is that this whole bid closure process also was not budgeted and will require funding of the support financial entity, call it Ellers at the moment, to do some additional financial analysis. Will probably require some funding from our planner to do, to look at the eligibility to do this. So there's other drawdowns from unbudgeted funds as we go through this process. And again, we're reminded it's only January and we have another 11 months ahead of us. So, something we need to be cognizant of.
One benefit of having a decent rainy day fund. I mean, our fund balance is the highest it's ever been. But we want to keep it that way. So that's the rub. All right, ready to vote? All those in favor?
There's no second. Oh, no, there was.
There was a second. Yep, Sheldon, second.
Thank you.
Ready to vote? All those in favor? That motion carries. Thanks for that. Shabnam, did you want to speak to the board memo template?
Sure. Sorry, I'm a little cold, like chilly down here, like shivering. Well, we brought this up before. I think that sometimes at the board, we're going around in circles and circles, and it's taken up time, and we're here till late hours in the middle of the night. And sometimes I think how we could prevent that is really requiring a little bit more work before something can be put on the agenda, where, if information from residents supporting the issue or not, a survey could be included. If there is estimated costs from, that of an item that would be included if it has gone through finance and finance supports it, or went through services, or it went through a committee. All that information should be in a memo so that we could have a more elevated discussion. And I think that's what I'm asking for, is that we just don't get 30 pages of, I don't know, statute. It's got to come down to here's some information, but what is it that we're discussing? More planning in advance, we could maybe have better discussions, and the residents would be more aware of what's going on in it. That's what I think.
Questions, thoughts, comments? Obviously, I like the idea of memos on different issues. I thought what was in there was, it would be a good guide for members to submit ideas or information on for agenda items. What are other folks' thoughts?
I'll go. I have a couple thoughts on this. So I've personally tried to model it in the memos I put forward. I'm fine with this as a draft and trying to model it. My style is to put their recommendation up top. So that would be one edit. So I think that people can see clearly, well, what is the thing this person is asking the board to do? So I think this is one piece of it. I think we can get tighter in our board packets for sure. So I'm in favor of, personally committing to using this template if others agree. I also think this is part of a larger piece with the board, where after sitting through hours of meetings now, I do think that we can get tighter about things getting to the board level, having really done the due diligence of that piece of work before it even gets to this discussion. So, for example, I think we should always be gut checking as trustees. Has the appropriate committee seen this? Have they actually reviewed this? Is this a recommendation from the committee coming to the board? I think that would be a lot stronger than an individual trustee, for example. So I think when we can, we should really be empowering. I think there are many comments tonight from residents about this. Let's lean on the committees stronger to come forward with, doing the background work. So when the board actually sees it, there's really a strong POV. Then we can disagree on the supporting data or other things, but at least there's something that's moving the ball forward. So that is one. I see that as a big piece here. Sure, we can get tighter with the memo process, and I think we have a couple other process things later too, but that is what I would really ask all of us to do, is let's really utilize this time to be decision-making time, and I think actually tonight has been a better example of that to date. And so, I think that there should be a clear recommendation. If there isn't a clear recommendation, that probably tells you as the memo writer, hey, maybe I need to go get some more data. Maybe I need to talk to more residents. Maybe this should be with a committee. So I think that's where my head goes.
Mark?
Yeah, so I wasn't quite sure whether this would apply to all issues coming before the board or only action items for the board. So if it's just a discussion, would that require the use of the template, or is it only when official action, a motion is required from the board? And if it's the latter, then the template should include the motion, the language of the motion. Too often our discussions don't begin with a motion. And I think that really muddles the water as to what we're trying to accomplish. So if all possible, we should do that. It also wasn't clear to me whether this applies to the staff. There's a good number of issues that are on the agenda are staff generated as opposed to trustee generated. And if it does apply to the staff, is this a greater burden on the staff than the current process of, basically writing the brief description as we see on pages 1 and 2 with the packet and so on. So I think I'm particularly sensitive to that we're going to be short a clerk soon. And so I don't want to add to the burden of the staff any more than we already have tonight by asking Brian to take on a couple of additional things. I know we're going to have the discussion about priorities later, and I think that's a very important one, but those are some of my concerns.
Any other thoughts? I mean, how would you feel if it's just a guide? It's not a requirement for every issue, but encourage people to use it to help shape. Is that too flimsy? I'm trying to strike a balance here between what Mark just said and the need.
What if we made it a requirement for 6 months?
Does the requirement apply to the administration?
It doesn't have to. If we're going to put something on the agenda, it's not fair to the volunteers, to the residents, that sometimes these meetings are going till 2 and 3 in the morning, and we're getting agitated at that time. And I can't help but always wonder if like footnotes were in here, if this was just presented better, half of the conversation would be more focused. So I would just ask, let's ask the trustees to do it for 6 months. And if we realize this is a bad idea, we don't do it. It's a pilot.
I guess what I would like to see is, I think if something's put into this packet, there should be an author, there should be a date. I think there should be a recommendation or a TLDR, like an executive summary. That's why, John, I asked who authored the other pages, because I didn't know. I didn't know if it was Brian's or someone else. So I think it's important to know when something is coming from a specific trustee. So those would be the main components that I would like to see. And I think it's a fine guide. And I think if we strive to do that, I think we should try.
Dietmar?
Yeah, I can get behind that, for sure. I often struggle with no date, no authorship. Where is this from? And again, this is not Brian's stuff, right? This is like other trustees bringing stuff forward. Let's guide it. Let's just get a little bit more professional on this. And you can, I guess, if we're not as rigid to say, hey, this is the template, you must follow this, and then we get into this whole conversation of agendas and so on and so forth. I guess I don't want to get there, but let's amp up the game of put forth information. You can even have this in an email format, but just to like manage this process a little bit better, like pushing out information and recommendations. And we all have projects that are near and dear to our hearts. So let's look more professional. This is the recommendation. Let's give it a while.
All right, 6 months. Bob?
I would agree. I am been struggling with this in Public Works. They've done a whole bunch of work on Lake Mendota Drive and speed humps and bringing it forward to the board. And you guys have done all this work, but I need an executive summary. I need something that I wasn't involved in all that discussion. So put this together in that type of format. I think to get any movement within the board, you guys have to be able to understand what the issue is, the importance of it. Did we do a survey? What's it going to cost? And who's moving that forward? So I think it's a good idea, and I would be behind trying it.
so Shabnam, is there a motion here? Motion to recommend that a summary document be used when presenting the information to the board for discussion on a trial basis for 6 months in 2026.
Sure.
That's a Shabnam's motion. Get that, Chrissy?
Yeah, second that.
Bob seconding that. Further discussion?
What's important in this? It's important to me that dates, timestamps, authors are in there. Synopsis of what we're trying to do. The rest can be a little bit looser.
Where would this reside? Do we have like a forum section on the website that?
And what I can do is make a note here to distribute it out to each of the trustees tomorrow, or I'll get the one version from Shabnam that we're gonna use.
Okay.
And then we'll distribute it out to everybody for reference going forward.
Okay.
It can be in the aforementioned new trustee packet.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we should have some little packet.
Would that be part of communications to try to put together sort of some of our standard stuff that we have, at least a home for?
The mandate on that committee is really about how does the village improve community, well, maybe.
Well,
We're
anyway,
really
it's just
trying
a thought.
Yeah, we're really trying to tackle the big picture question first on that committee. So, yeah, we can bring that.
It just seems if we have standard forms and future boards
Yeah,
have some place that they can
yeah.
go
I'll
find it
send it
on the
to-
website, for example.
So the communications committee will.
Is your communications committee could ponder that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Ready to vote? All those in favor? Our motion carries. Thanks for that. Item 5C5, discussion possible action committee appointment process. Hey,
Yeah, okay, so this is part 2 of the conversation that was kicked off in December. And so I did put together a memo on this. I wanted to walk through, and I think it was in that meeting, I think we actually had a good example of a little bit of where this process is broken. And so the intention here is there's the process piece, literally how do residents raise their hand and say, I want to be on a committee? And how does our staff manage that in a systematic way? And so, and then there's also how are people actually appointed? So just a reminder, there's kind of 2 things going on here at the same time. As I got feedback from you guys last time and just really dug into this process, I wanted to spell it out on paper. Literally, what is the process that people go through? A new person that is trying to get on a committee, and also incumbents. And so those are people who have been serving on the committees, maybe for many years, maybe just for a few years. And so that's what I outlined in here. And why don't I just share my screen quick? I promise this will be brief. The intention here and the suggestion that I have for the board is to adopt what I put forward as a pilot program to pilot basically throughout this spring. And so I think that there is some timeliness to this as new trustees will be elected in April. And that's usually when we relook at who's on different committees. And so I think there also is naturally a moment here as people start to lean into the elections a little bit more and they start to think about village governance and how to be more involved in the village. I think we should capture that interest and be able to funnel it into the committee process. So just keep that in mind. I'm recommending this as a pilot program. Again, we can call for the next 6 months, but it's really kind of throughout this spring to see, does this new appointment process work? Again, both in how people actually can apply, but also how people are appointed at the board level. And so I know this might sound sort of basic, but I think has been questions that have been revealed like, oh, I thought I applied, I didn't, And so just to truly spell it out, here you can see the 4 steps. If someone wanted to join a committee as a new volunteer, they would submit that committee volunteer application, which I believe, Carol, you mentioned a few years ago, it was work. Mm-hmm. I have edits to that are in line with this new process. And so those are the pages after this memo. You can see what I redlined. I wanted you guys to see the process and then see a clean version. So that's why there's two. So they submit a volunteer application form, either, to Village Hall. That is the only way they apply. It is not through an email to an individual trustee. They have to fill that volunteer application form out and hand it in to village staff. Otherwise, you're not on the list, right? Village staff then manage the list of prospective or interested residents by committee. Okay. So when board deliberation or discussion happens, the staff then should provide the full applicants and other relevant materials. So for example, in our application form, it states you can have someone submit like a letter of recommendation on your behalf if needed, right? So that would count as like other materials. And then the board would deliberate and appoint new members. You'll see I'm recommending that we pilot a ranked choice voting system later. Okay, so what's the important difference here is that applicants are looked at then within a pool of people who have in the last, and I've spelled this out, 2 years. I think we should capture that as in a 2-year cycle. So if someone, applies this month, village staff would have that on file for 2 years. And after that 2-year mark, they kind of roll off. And so you have to actively keep, applying if you're still interested and you for some reason aren't onto a committee within that 2-year span. Okay. But that allows us, it's kind of like when you are interviewing for a new role, you don't just in silos, interview random people. The point is you want to have a qualified pool of applicants and then you pick, quote unquote, the best one. So for this, the board would then decide who would be the right person to join a board. But the point is we'd have that as at any moment in time, you'd be able to look at all interested people, not just a one-off person. And I think that eliminates what some of the, again, maybe there's not strong bias, but some of the perceived bias that residents have that, oh, you need to know a trustee to get on a committee or something like that, right? And so that's why I made that, difference here. The incumbent process is very similar, but I do think that there should be a moment where an incumbent doesn't just get to roll over on a committee again. I think they should actively state again, why do they want to continue to serve on that committee? I've added 2 questions on that volunteer application form that get at the incumbents only. So I think it's like also I asked like, what's one thing you're proud of, or something that you have some accomplishment that you've made on that committee. Number 1, I'm interested. Number 2, I think that shows active interest by that incumbent, because I do think these, committees should have people who are actively wanting to be on them, not legacy or not just, well, by default, you just stay on. I do think we should have just, when their term is up, a gut check. So that's why I've included that incumbent process as well here. I think I already made the important notes, but just calling out the formal way that's submitted is by that application form. It goes directly to staff. It's not by an email to any one of us or the village president or our village administrator. Village staff maintain that for 2 years. When a vacancy arises on a committee, village staff must put all relevant applications, of expressed interest into that pool in front of the board. I already mentioned incumbents, and then we'll just talk about the new board appointment below. I'm not going to go through the volunteer application, but I'd be curious to know if there was any concerns with some of the edits that I make. I'll return to ranked choice in just a second, but basically just high level here, what I updated was there was a lot of exposition on this application. It was like the first page almost. So I cut a lot. I added in this 2 years note here so that residents are aware that they're not just, once you apply once, you're on the rolls for 20 years, you have to continually show that active interest to volunteer. I struck down this village president ordinance. Again, we'll circle back to that in a second. I removed some other language just to shorten things. We have a list of the committees here or their boards. There was a question, the first question on the application was education. And I just felt like that was leading with the wrong foot in terms of if someone doesn't have a bachelor's degree, are they going to feel like I can't try to be on finance? I didn't feel like that was really in the spirit of volunteerism in the village. And so that's why I removed that. And you'll see later, though, I added previous relevant experience. And so just because you don't have a bachelor's, well, maybe you were an accountant, you know, in your previous life, right? And that would be some really relevant experience if you wanted to serve on finance. So I thought that that shift was really important. And then, you know, basically you can see what I added here for incumbents. So this would just be a section that incumbents would fill out when their term was ending. So why do you wish to continue to serve in your current role? And what do you feel has been your biggest accomplishment to date on your current committee? So really open to feedback on some of these updates and process. I was to just kind of say process tightening. I think some of these norms were sort of just known, but I think if we state them more publicly, I think residents will understand the process better. And then, of course, the other big update in here is moving away from the president appointment process and moving towards the board having the ability in, I believe would probably be in our April meeting, to have a rank choice voting procedure where relevant applicants, you know, to each, you know, if there's one spot open on finance, the board would see all relevant applicants that have said, yes, I've raised my hand, I'm interested in being on finance. And the board would be able then to, you know, rank their first candidate. We would see, you know, how that nets out and after everyone is able to vote. So that is the recommendation. Again, this is a pilot. I think staff had some feedback on this. I totally understand this is an ordinance. If we wanted to fully change that, you would need to, you know, change the ordinance and read it 3 times and yada, yada, yada. But I kind of wanted to see if we would be willing to test this as a pilot and get kind of some feedback as we get closer to the spring.
Reactions, comments, Bob?
Yeah, I have a concern in that what's missing here is any input from the committee chairs. Now, traditionally, when we've had volunteers for various committees, you know, let's say Public Works, and you know, we have a couple of candidates, and the committee chair, you know, maybe we have one candidate that has more Public Works experience or background or perspective, and the other one doesn't. In the past, you know, John would ask, who do you recommend? Who do you think would be a good person? It's not only about their technical expertise, but also, you know, sometimes there can be people that aren't really carrying their load, and that can be an issue too. And so my concern is that committee chairs they're the ones closest to these committees, know the personalities, know the priorities, but there's nowhere for them to provide input. And so it seems that the board just votes and, hey, you get who you get. You get this warm body based on what the board is voting, not without any input from that chair that may have a particular need for that committee.
Thanks for that, Bob. Dietmar?
Yeah, Bob, I understand your sentiment, but I don't know that I can follow the train of thought, because I think I could come up with counter arguments to that. I think my sense is we all, whether we are as elected officials, chair of committees, or applicants interested in serving on a committee, seek equality, right? And I think what is becoming so apparent is just the current state of affairs appears to be more broken than it working. And this access to get involved and to be at the table to help form your environment is so important. So what Kate and I also talked, maybe not at length, but certainly there's a back and forth on this as well. How do you select candidates? And you could make the argument that ranked choice voting, you know, has its downsides. It's not the perfect vehicle, but it appears to be more equitable across the board. Not only the people making the decision, but people seeking input to participate. So I think to address maybe one of your concerns, I could argue that if you are the chair of a committee and you're still empowered, you have the same voice as everybody else on this board does. And that's what we continue to preach, that there is an equitable and equal access to us, as well as the number of voices that we have, or the voice that we have, which is just mine. So I have to work with people on committees, whether it's at work or here, and sometimes it's not great, sometimes it's really great, but that's c'est la vie. So I think
Well, I'm not, I think you misinterpret me. I'm just saying that I think in some committees, you know, you have to make a choice. Am I gonna take A or am I gonna take B? And just like any job, you're hiring someone. You know, you're gonna have to discriminate from one person to the other. Who would you like? You would like somebody that is more in line with the job that you're getting them for. You know, in the case of Public Works, I would rather pick somebody that has 10 years of, you know, somebody with your background than somebody that knows absolutely nothing about it. So, and I'm just saying that opportunity to get feedback about some of those technical nuances in a committee aren't there with us. Now, is it better than the existing thing? Yeah, I like what you proposed. I would just like to see a way to get committee chair input into it. That's all I'm saying.
Thanks for that. Shabnam and then Carol.
So Bob, could the committee chair advocate for that individual that they want on the committee during the discussion for when we're doing this ranked choice voting? Or are you, because that's one way that the committee chair could be like, you know, I really want this person. Or are you asking that in this process, there's a formal process where the committee chair has a little bit higher of a voice?
I don't know what the process would be. I don't want it to be perceived as you're putting your finger on the scale, but completely random. You know, you get 5 different people in the board, you know, does this rank testing based on what? You know, based on, you know, where the committee chair may want somebody that's, as I say, maybe more technically oriented. That doesn't come through this voting process by the board. And because, and I don't know quite how to do it, but I'm just saying to me, it's a little bit of an issue. I would like, not an issue. I guess I would just like to see if we can figure out a way to get committee chairs input into this.
So Carol, then Kate, then Shabnam.
So if I can comment on that, I think that the committee form, the volunteering form, does enable you to put down your relevant experience. So everybody on the board will see that when they vote. And, you know, it's not the same as being experienced with a person, but when we do the ranked choice vote, everyone will have access to that same information. I think the biggest thing that committee chairs see is who attends, who shows up. And that whether that's that you attend, that you're excused, that you're unexcused. And I think it could be incumbent on the committee chair at the time of voting to bring a report on the incumbents and say, this person is showing up or excused or whatever, so that that important piece of information from the actual experience of the committee chair doesn't just slip away out of the view of the whole voting, the voting procedure. So that doesn't capture everything, but I think it captures the most important thing, which is are people showing up at the committee.
I'm for trying it and see how it works. I mean, it's better to get people involved than not get them involved. So I'm not trying to put a, you know, chilling effect on it. But I think that input is relevant. Committee chair.
Yeah, what I was gonna say.
Julie, did you want something to add?
I just have a question from a procedural standpoint, as a person who's probably gonna still be in the seat when this comes around in April. So in April, we have what, 13 committees, 2 people from each committee are up. Does this mean we're gonna be doing 26 ranked votings that night?
Fair question.
I wanna know what I'm up against here. I mean, I'm not trying to, I just want you to consider this as an option. It's one thing when we're filling seats in between, and I see where you're coming from, and I understand what you're saying. But we have to think procedural. Can we actually do this in April? When we have to do all the committees?
Well, I think that's a
So,
fair
that's
point, but I think there's ways to manage it. So number one, all trustees will have that, in the packet or sent to us beforehand. We're not gonna get it live in the meeting, right? I think like when you guys did the ranked choice voting for the trustee seat, there was an Excel spreadsheet created. And it's not like we have to do each, like everyone could put in their data. Anyway, I think there's a way to speed up 26 rounds so that it's not an individual round.
I just wanted to thank you.
Yeah, but yeah.
That's good, yeah. Kate, was there anything
I
more?
was gonna say to Bob's point, within this process, another way to solve for, like, if a chair really wanted to have someone, they could write a recommendation letter, and that would appear in the packet. And so if we're reading the packet, we could say, oh, wow, the chair really wants X person.
Maybe that's the way to solve it.
That was just
Good
one way to
idea.
solve.
Good idea.
Yeah, I might have a follow-up on that idea. I think it was Carol shouting on Denmark.
So just to address Julie's concern, I believe we would just be doing one ranked choice voting per committee. Correct? And the top 2 candidates would then fill the empties, the empty seats. So it would be one voting per committee. And realistically, not even that many, because we're not going to have an overage of candidates in every single committee. So it might be a lot of voting, but it won't be that many. So.
You look skeptical, but to be determined. Donna, and then Mark.
You know, we could have a little bit of discussion and stuff, but then when you go to vote, you've got, you just do it all at one time. It's not a one vote and then you do one vote and then you do one. Just to address that. I do want to say that I thought Dietmar spoke really well. He just kind of nailed it, that it's about equality. It's about people feeling that the system isn't fair and that certain people get priority over others. And like, yeah, maybe one day I don't get the person I want in my committee, but it's the lack of trust that we're trying to rebuild with residents. So thank you for that. Just 2 comments on the actual stuff. One is, could we consider candidates submitting their application to committees through like a Google form so that it's not lost in emails, so it's not staff who have to track them and update, that you could just go to your Google form and see all the names anytime you want. It's kind of like an automated system or use instead of manual. And then the second change I would suggest is that because 2 years goes by so fast, that maybe instead of the 2-year mark, your name stays on for 6 years, which means you got considered twice before your name got off. Just think that 2 years is like, you just have to reapply every time because that's how often an opportunity opens up. Those are my only comments.
Maybe your 3-year windows for.
3-year terms, but I think what
Right.
Shopna was talking about is fees. They maybe have to sign up every.
Yeah.
I don't.
Mark, sorry.
Yeah, so I guess I just want to follow up on Carol's point. To me, the most important characteristic to a volunteer coming into these kinds of situations is their level of commitment and engagement with the committee. This is a collaborative exercise. It isn't an individual exercise. And it's the commitment to the purpose and the function of the committee, the entire function of the committee. So if somebody wants to join Public Works because they want a sidewalk on their street, that doesn't cut it with me. I mean, it has to be their commitment to all the responsibilities that Public Works is focusing on. And it applies to all the committees. So, and I think, some residents may feel like, well, if I join the committee, this is the way I can get this done. And I'm fine with that they're enthusiastic about the committee because they have that point of focus. But it has to be the commitment to the entire responsibility of the committee. The other thing I want to say is that we're going to have some turnover in trustees here, which means we're going to have some empty chairs. And this doesn't address the issue of how those chairs are appointed. And I think that's something the board needs to talk about and maybe even resolve that before we talk about the membership of the committee. That we really need to figure out what the leadership of those committees is, particularly if we're moving away from the existing process that's in the ordinance. So I just think that's something we would be sitting here working on committees, but the chairs of the committees are silent as to how that's going to be determined. That can't be right. And I do believe that the appointment of the committee chairs ought to occur first. And if I was a resident and wanted to join a committee, I guess I'd want to know who the chair is, or who the chair will be. 2 cents on.
Okay, other thoughts, Dietmar?
Question for Brian, pardon me. Procedurally, could this even pilot? Or would you have heartburn the fact that it's currently enshrined in ordinance in a set way? And the only way to pilot this is to not pilot this?
That's a great question. I think that my more pressing concern would be trying to manage this in light of what the staffing situation's about to be and not knowing how quickly we'll have the clerk role resolved, because this would traditionally be the clerk's job to assist in overseeing. This year, I'm not sure what that position situation is going to look like in a few weeks here. So that would be my only concern with the timing of doing it. I wouldn't have a problem with trying trial basis. It's just we're right up against the time when this is most likely going to impact on an annual basis or, core duties of overseeing this. So I'm not sure how that will play out.
So if I could characterize your position as the administrator, you wouldn't see an issue with piloting if the board agreed something like this, getting this updated. Your word is really implementation and timing thereof.
This year.
Mark? I might be a little uncomfortable with that. I mean, if it's in direct conflict with the ordinance, I think I would have a problem even if we called it a trial. But I do think that a lot of this can be done by policy. It's just when you get to the final step, if you will, now the person is going to be appointed, that I think that part we'd have to conform to the ordinance. But I think a lot of things that go on in the background, how we manage the register, if you will, of the individuals who are volunteering and what information they provide and how we evaluate them and I think that's all fine. But when you get to the issue of the appointment, which might be the right choices, it's if the extent it directly conflicts with the ordinance, I think that would be problematic.
But it might not. I mean, we've used ranked choice voting for to confirm anyone.
Right, but right now the ordinance says the president will nominate, right, and the board will then decide. So if we're saying the president doesn't nominate anymore, that to me is problematic unless we remove it from the ordinance. So I do think we have a lot of flexibility, but I do think there are these few choke points where we just want to be careful that we're not running afoul of the existing ordinance, or that we change the ordinance.
Sean, and then Carol?
Okay, there's a way to do it. Okay, we could do this, and obviously, John, you really got to put your thoughts into it. And the board could say, to make it legal, John, the board ranks this individual for this committee. Could you nominate that person? If you want to do it legally. And just do it for a month or two and see how it works. But like, how do you feel about that? Do you?
I will comment in a minute. Carol?
Yeah. I really, really like what Kate is proposing.
Yeah.
I like how it takes the hocus pocus out of the appointments. I think that's really would be a great thing now. However, I'm really hearing Brian, the reality right now is we have no capacity to implement this. We have no person hours to make this happen. So given for myself, given everything that's going on with the staff right now and the amount of work that not only that they have to do, but that we just gave them to do with facilities, I don't know if I can put anything else on their plates. And, you know, I would love to stick this in a bottle and look at it next year when we have a clerk, hopefully. But I don't think in good conscience, I can hand this to staff that we have now and say, go and do this, implement this for us.
Shabnam, then Kate.
I think I want to know, like, what are we talking about? Kate and I'm volunteering you to come up with like a Google form where we would just opt in online. Then you don't have, that is helping staff time. It's making it easy for you guys. I think we can make this work without needing staff time for any of it. I mean, it's you got a list of people and then it's a conversation. So that's what I think it's doable.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I totally respect solving for staff time. I also, can talk to Brian on a one-off basis to really get into the weeds here. We don't have to use board time for that, but just, I guess to play a little bit of devil's advocate. Number one, I've already made the edits to the volunteer application. So if you guys approve that, accept edits, boom, we have our new volunteer application. Staff doesn't have to touch that. They have to print it. And really it's just tracking in, is it going to be 20 people that come, 30 people? It's taking their application. And I think really the lion's share of the work will be for the board packet, collating that and getting it ready for the board packet. And maybe it's the May meeting because we use April to appoint new chairs. I'm just trying to think through your feedback, Mark. So I think that would really be the lion's share of the work. We're not going to get hundreds of applications here. We're talking about 20, 30, maybe if we're lucky, you know what I'm saying? So I just want to push back a little bit on that. I think, and again, I am raising my, Brian, we're going to meet later this week, so I can really work through those details with you. Of course, I don't want to burden staff, but I do think if we're able to get something off the ground for this spring, I think in the effort of solving for trust and transparency and allowing people to see the process, I think that is worth it for this board. So I would advocate to try something.
Sorry, Bob?
I'm just wondering if we're stuck with the existing ordinance and John, we have to follow John, we have to let John make the choice. Can we make that process more transparent with a written policy until we get this sorted out to make an ordinance change so that the existing process can be more transparent until we make this fix. Do you follow me?
Yeah,
I mean, I think I think you're, all the application form and everything that's not affected, but if we have to follow, or if we don't want to go follow of ordinance and we need to continue to respect John's decision, then let's make that process more transparent. So there's no more angst about that.
How do you feel about Shabnam's suggestion of we all rank, publicly, everyone can see, okay, the board's choice was this number one person. John still gets to do the final appointing, but publicly. So if we all said, hey, person X is number one, but John appoints Y, everyone will know that. Residents will know that, So John, we're still following the ordinance as it's written because the president's appointing it, but the discussion is being had in a more open setting, I guess.
Okay.
Dietmar?
Make it so. I'm done talking about it.
No.
This has my full support.
No, that's a good point. Again, I'll just
Go ahead,
speak
no,
for a
please.
second. I mean, I support this. So But I'm mindful of a couple of things, and Brian articulated, and Julie. We have to be really sensitive about the staff. So if that means this is a great lift, and this is, really good detail, but now someone's got to follow through, and I'm looking at the person that's going to help make this follow through, and also work closely with me to make sure that we implement it right. So that's one thought. Second thought is the committee chairs, I think, have a say, and I think we should get them their list. They know their list, and have them weigh in, even if they're an outgoing trustee. I think there should be some ability to inform me, who's showing up, to Carol's point, who's engaged, who's not engaged, just to get some feedback from that chair before they go out. So that's two thoughts. Three is, we have to do a good job getting applicants. And so, we've got some folks that are in the queue right now, but we should get more folks. And, we're working on getting the next edition of the newspaper out. It should be one of the topics that should be in the next village bulletin. And then the way that we figure out this ranked choice to get me information to follow through or make choices, I totally have an open mind about that. So let's try this, but we can't stick the staff with anything more on this. We actually have to find a way for them to do it easier. It would be great to get feedback from every committee chair. That's where I go to first. On who's showing up, who's working, who's going to stay on, who's likely to leave. I have that conversation with each committee chair, but we're also going to have new committee chairs. And I'll put some more thought into how this actually, Julie.
I just want to bring up one thing. With the code of ordinance, right now, the term of office for our committees is 3 years, beginning on May 1st of each year. So that's why we do the appointments in April.
Right.
So I just want to make everyone aware that we can't push this off to a May board meeting. They need to be appointed in April to be effective within a couple weeks.
Right. It's a 2-week sprint. That's why I'm teeing this up. I'm totally comfortable with teeing it up.
Can I
Go ahead. Sorry, Julie.
I'm sorry. What if you want to do this with the board ranking, does it have to be done at the meeting? What if the board gets it ahead of time, does their voting, submits it to the president, and then all that voting is in the board packet? It would still be open.
Right.
Just a suggestion. We have to find a way to get it done in April. I'm trying to problem solve.
In that 2-week window.
Thank you.
Carol.
I mean, another possibility would be if we had all the applications on a Google Doc or whatever sharing mechanism, and each outgoing or each current committee chair was responsible for gathering up the list of the people who had applied for their committee and prepping that essentially they would be responsible for prepping the vote for their committee. So having the forms attached, having their comments ready to go. We decide to append the attendance record for incumbents, that each committee chair would be responsible for all of that, and the staff wouldn't have to touch it.
We're back to Dietmar now. We got to bring this to a close. Mark, I'm sorry, go ahead. I just was making the comment that was like, we're ready to resolve. So is that enough of a discussion for you, Kate? Mark, go ahead.
Further point. We have an existing register, do we not, of all the volunteers?
We do.
That volunteer for this?
We do.
So who's going to be responsible for reaching out to all those people and thank them for their interest, but now they have to fill out a new form and go through a new process. So that's just another to-do associated with this changeover. So.
But yeah, so it sounds like, Shabnam, do you want less?
I was just gonna say, we always have this issue every April because the statute requires committees to start then. I would be happy to draft an ordinance. It's like, you got to redline it, one sentence that would give us authority to have committees start in May so that we don't have this issue every year. So what does that work? I need to add one sentence to our ordinances, and then we got to have a waive the reading at one meeting and 2 at the next, so that we don't have that 2-week sprint of everything's got to be done in April. So that's one thing. And go ahead, Julie.
I'm not sure off the top of my head, because I wasn't prepared to participate in this discussion. There is something in the state statutes that requires that we have a reorganization meeting, and I don't know if it applies only to the board or if it applies to the subcommittees, and so that's something we'd have to check on, but it's in state statute that we do have to do the reorg meeting by, I don't know if it's the 15th or the 20th. I don't know if it's a date, it's like by the whatever second Tuesday,
Was it
third
dated last
Tuesday.
time?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know it off the top of my head, but there's a state statute that specifies the reorganization meeting. So we have to double check on that.
And okay, we can double check it, because I think it says you could do it unless otherwise. There's an unless otherwise if you write in your ordinances that you want to do it a different date.
That's very possible. Yeah, I just don't know off the top of my head.
To move this along.
Yeah.
Since there's general sentiment in support of trying this thing, there are hurdles to jump over.
Yep.
But I trust that all of them will be thought about and figured out. Let's put our best foot forward.
That work?
I'm sorry. Can I make one more comment? When this came to the board, it wasn't about an individual. It was about board power into the future. That committees and trustees wanted to have some input into who's on which committee. Why aren't we just changing the ordinance? It's one sentence. We're going through a lot of hoops, instead of just changing one sentence. And if it's an issue of staff, I totally understand. I'm happy to redline one sentence and give it to you guys and just do it.
I think my thinking was, let's see if we like it, let's see if it solves for that. And instead of changing it. And I think, John can still appoint the person from a legal standpoint, but it's been a more open process if we do something like this. So that was my thinking, but.
Okay. Ready to move on?
So
All right, so 7C, 6, discussion possible action, village ethics code revision. It says in the notes, see my memo, I didn't have my name and date on it, but it will be going forward. I spoke to this at the last special board meeting that we had on January 7th. Carol's done some good work on this, so my memo's in there, but I want to defer to Carol, get her thoughts on it. And there's also a motion here for referral to the personnel committee. We had some public comment tonight, but Carol, do you want to take it from there?
Yeah, so the work that I did centered on comparing our ethics code situation with the city of Madison, is where I went. And what I found there was they have a code of ethics, which is essentially the same as what we've been calling conflict of interest. And I also ran into code of conduct for the Common Council, which is analogous to our board. And so I asked to have both of those documents in the packet. The reason I think that their code of ethics, in other words, the conflict of interest piece is relevant for us is because we heard that residents were interested in disclosures, and we are also interested in penalties for actually having, not for either penalties for engaging in conflict of interest or however, whatever verb it ought to be. So I'm interested in discussion about whether people would like to incorporate those elements into our, I guess it would be into ordinance in the case of the Madison ordinance, and into policy in the case of the Madison policy. I just do want to point out that in the disclosures, which would apply to elected officials and committee members and staff at least how they have it written for Madison. That includes, your employer, any interest that you have in any outside organization, financial interest. It includes any loans that you have outstanding over like $10,000. It includes any securities, stocks that you're invested in over a certain threshold. Includes any real estate that you own outside of your primary home. So it's, you know, we want to think about that. And as we mentioned at one of our last meetings, the potential chilling effect. What do we really want to know about people in order to evaluate their potential conflict of interest? And I have to say, I'm embarrassed to say that I couldn't really tell in the ordinance how public this information is. Is it only, is it just splashed up on the website? I don't think so, but it's not clear to me under what threshold this information can be accessed in the case that there is actually a perceived conflict. So there are some things that we would have there are there's study that needs to be done, and there would be a lot of decision points along the way. As far as referring to the personnel committee, that was not my idea. On the other hand, I do want to put out there that we have on the personnel committee, some folks who have a lot of relevant experience in exactly this, issue, you know, conflict of interest, conduct, you know, personnel type stuff, obviously. So, it's not a bad, it's getting late, yeah. It's not a bad choice, and if people don't want to go with an ad hoc governance committee, which I've also heard mentioned, personnel committee is not a bad choice. So this is all preliminary and up for discussion.
Thanks, Carol. Reactions, thoughts, questions, comments?
This seems like something to move to personnel and have a look into it. Since you're so proudly volunteering.
Yeah. They may wring my neck, but yeah.
Mark?
Yeah. I'd say I'm not quite sure what the problem is that we're trying to solve.
Next question.
What we're trying to accomplish here.
My perception is that residents would like, some residents at least, would like more safeguards against conflict of interest. They're not satisfied with the parts of the state code that are incorporated by reference in our ordinance. Just to compare for people, the actual thresholds for conflict of interest would be the same. It's just that the Madison ordinances require disclosure up front and also are more specific about penalties, censure, reprimand, you know, expulsion. And so, I mean, we do officially have conflict of interest rules incorporated by reference from the state. And when we take our oath, we are under those rules. It's a question. I am trying to be agnostic here. Do we need the disclosures? I don't know. Somebody is going to have to talk about it. But we have, we're just trying to be responsive to residents who feel like this is needed.
And then I guess my second question would be, we haven't had great success with the civility code and the application of it, and it's not clear to me whether if we construct an ethics code, what impact would it actually have? I mean, if you run afoul of the state statutes, that's one thing. But for us to put a bunch of things in place that says you can't do this, you can't do that, you have to disclose this, and they run afoul of it in some way, I'm not sure what power the board has to sanction that behavior.
So let me just make this, but used a template, maybe this would have been clearer up front, but there are two documents from City of Madison. One is Code of Ethics which is essentially what we would be calling conflict of interest or have been, and that's over here. The civility type and other conduct problems, bullying, harassment, sexual harassment, in particular, and also, those pieces are in their code of conduct and are pretty much parallel with our civility pledge, only it's all a little more crisp, has penalties involved, and it just reads a little more like a policy and a little bit less like aspirations.
What I would want to know is, what is the problem that we are attempting to solve? Does whatever we're putting in place actually solve it? And to what degree is it enforceable in an effective way? And those are the things that would be on my mind as I think about this issue.
Well, it sounded a bit like from what Carol said that the Madison Code does have some penalties and consequence for some of this behavior. To me, that's enough I think that's something that should be added.
Well,
because right now we don't have anything, right? Except for the high bar that the state statute violation has articulated.
We have those censure powers and those reprimand powers, but I'm not, based on my experience, they don't appear to be terribly effective. So I'm not really interested in doing this just to do it and just to say we have a code or we have an expanded code. I'm only interested in doing it if it solves the problem, that it identifies the problem, and that it truly solves the problem and isn't just a face-saving, well, we said that conduct was unacceptable, but we really couldn't do anything effectively to stop it.
So Mark, your reading of this Madison document is, you got the feeling that it really didn't have, for lack of a better term, any teeth in it to be able to actually be able to assign penalty or assign consequence.
I wonder how effective it is, and maybe that is in part the willingness of the governing body to exercise, in fact, the powers that it gives them. So that would be one concern, but beyond that,
well, I agree with you. If it's not going to be effective, there's no point in doing it.
Right.
But if in fact this policy, the way you described it, it sounds like maybe there's a little more, let's just say, teeth to it than what we don't have now. And I would be in favor of that if
the problem that we're trying to solve, something that the state already addresses, I'm not interested in it either, because the state's already dealt with it. So that's, I don't think we just look at the Madison or Middleton or anybody's in isolation. I have no desire just to adopt something because Madison or Middleton or some other community did it. The issue is, to what extent does it go beyond the state statutes? And then to what extent does it solve the problem and truly be effective? And those are tough issues to dig into, but I think that's what we would need to do.
Or maybe what the personnel committee or somebody would do.
Carol, have you talked to anybody in the city? I would guess they probably have an ethics officer or somebody that given the size of Madison, and that could provide some insight on how effective these things have been.
I have not. No.
Other thoughts? There's a motion. Carol obviously has done a lot of yeoman's work on this, a lot of legwork on this. There is considerable expertise. in that body, it might be worth at least having a conversation within that committee to go, yeah, we'd be interested in tackling this and addressing or answering some of the questions that Marcus raised and others have raised. Or get out of here, we don't want to really do this, and then report back to the board. I mean, how do people feel about that?
The motion looks good.
Somebody would have to make it. Shabna?
Well, I just, what is the motion? Let's see what the motion
The
is again.
motion
To
says to
review the
refer,
village current, sorry, Bob, Ethics Code 1.08 to the Personnel Committee for research and recommendations.
And it's just for ethics? Is that what it is?
I think it should include the code of conduct as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
Part and parcel.
And the problem we're solving is,
to investigate whether or not the ethics code of Madison has something useful that might be applied to the village of Sherwood Hills.
Carol, you want to add to that?
It's actually come up in our revision of the personnel policy manual that we have conduct policies in place for employees, and actually the League of Wisconsin Municipalities template that we're using has material about employees, but in our old village manual, we also have some language about volunteers, but I don't think we have anything about trustees in terms of conduct. And you know, you have often mentioned that it would be good to have a manual for trustees. This would be a good piece to put in that manual.
if that's the case, and it is about conduct of trustees
It's all
included, I would like that they also consider, you don't want to tone police because there's research out there that civility pledges are just to weaponize civility to suppress dissent. So I would be cautious about that. And I would want the personnel committee, because I'm supportive of this, to also include like other areas of issues. I think we should have DEI training. And I think I'd like to see what the personnel committee thinks about when a discriminatory remark, such as "you're not of American descent," is stated. So how will the village like to address those issues as well? I would like that to be included in this very important work.
Thanks for that, Shabna. So,
I'll make a motion.
thank you, Kate.
Refer review of the village current ethics code 1.08 to the personnel committee for research and recommendations.
Just like that. Go ahead, Carol.
and would you also like to include the code of conduct or?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ethics code and code of conduct.
Okay, thanks,
How
Kate.
was that you?
I seconded, yeah.
And
Bob second.
I would like that to include DEI training. Is there an objection to that?
To have personnel look into appropriate DEI training
Yes.
or
I think that's a step. I'm not opposed to it, but I think we should do it as two
Yeah,
motions.
I agree. Let's get the one thing done without burdening the activity with yet another research project.
You don't want it to be tone policing because that would just be embarrassing the village. Like it's kind of a crappy thing to do nationwide.
I don't feel like the code of conduct, the way it's written, has the sense of tone policing. Yeah, it's not, I mean, nothing in there that I read has that implication.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. That motion carries. Do we need a follow-up motion on the DEI? Go ahead, Shabna.
I would like the personnel committee to look into DEI training for village staff and trustees.
There's a motion.
Um,
I'm gonna
Is
second.
that, oh, it's not on the agenda, is it?
It's related to ethics. It's related to conduct. They're in the same category.
I could be convinced on that. Carol?
what was I going, or is that also to extend to volunteers?
That's for the personnel committee to decide.
Percy, did you get that? Okay. Is there a second to Shabnam's motion?
Second that.
Thank you, Dietmar. Further discussion?
I am very much in favor of that. I personally, in the interest of open meeting law, I think it is a separate issue. I think it is worthy of its own agenda item. So I don't think we can blow up ethics that big, but obviously I think we should have DEI training. So if we want to put that on a future agenda, I would go for it.
I agree with Dave.
John, I think the call is yours.
Yeah, what do we do with that now?
I know, I was just looking at, my talking points, just trying to create a bridge there. For Shabnam's,
I think we need to have a vote, right?
The decision needs to be
Or
made.
what are we voting on?
Got it.
Yeah.
right? I don't know, in my sense is, it's, go ahead, Carol.
I mean, the sense is, as Gloria stated earlier, if somebody wanted to be here while we talked about DEI training for everyone, they never
Knew it was gonna be.
knew it
coming up.
was coming.
That's my
So, yeah,
Not that it's not worthy of discussion,
big
I think
issue.
it's a timing thing.
yeah.
So, to that point, Shabnam,
Sure, I will put it on the February agenda.
there we go. Okay. We can move on then.
What has to be withdrawn.
I withdraw the motion.
There we go. Thanks, Dietmar. All right, Centennial, Planning Committee, discussion possible action. So I worked with David Botwell on this. I've put a memo in the packet. And it has my name on it, and it has a date on it. And, Brian, staff is recommending consideration of developing a community-based committee in lieu of an official village committee. This would allow the committee to operate outside constraints of open meeting laws and be more flexible. The board can opt to fund and support the efforts in the future. So David and I put this together, and I welcome your thoughts, comments, reactions. The 100th anniversary is right around the corner. The official date is June 28th. I think we're anticipating that stuff would start in January of 2027 and continue right through, the anniversary and maybe even the 4th of July activities. Thoughts, reactions, questions? Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, I think my immediate concern is staffing and the fact that you're creating another committee. And that's just another committee that staff would have to support at a time when it's down to clerk. I just think we're just piling on too much right now. We have some time on this issue. I think we should punt on this for a while.
Other thoughts? Carol and then Dietmar.
I think Dietmar had his hand up first.
Dietmar, okay.
Have we, has anyone reached out to the league in terms of taking the lead on this?
I sent Chaz an email last week. I haven't heard back yet, so I included this memo as part of it. Their annual meeting, or their planning meeting, is always in January. Anticipating that message is going to go out. I usually attend that one. I mean, we're all welcome, we're all league members, but that's one I always attend because have a better handle on what the budget is and what the activities look like. And their, you know, decisions they're gonna make, so. But, yeah, I pitched it as, is this something that maybe the league wants to take on? And, I'm anxiously waiting her reply. Mark?
Similar comment. I could punt on this as well right now.
And staff's main concern with this was just if we could try to make this into a work group versus a formal village committee. So that we didn't have to assign a minute, taker, and all the other various coordination pieces to.
Make it easier. Kate?
Concur with my colleagues. And I think we should consider maybe not having any presence of the board on this informal committee. And keep it truly community based, to remove any politics. Just a suggestion.
I like that idea, sure.
Your punt.
But right now until we hear back.
From Chaz, yeah.
Yeah. And I'll talk to David about this as well. He'll have some thoughts, I think. All right. We will move on then. Yes,
Can I ask for a bathroom break?
you can. Do I have to allow it?
Do you have?
You can ask as much as, you can ask as much as you want, Chrissy. No, you can, why don't you, yeah, take a couple minutes, go for it. Yeah.
While she does that, can I just?
So are you recessing for a moment or?
Yeah.
We are.
So I'll move to recess.
Yep, move to
Thank you.
recess.
Yeah.
Second. for
Thank you.
4
In
minutes.
favor?
5
4 or 5 minutes, guys. So close.
You still need to.
I still want to get through some agenda items.
Well, we're getting close to be more.
Yeah, I was shooting for 11. That's realistic with the close, but. A lot on this agenda.
We're actually moving along.
We are moving.
That's a lot on here.
Closer to 10 than 8 to 1. And look on the bright side here.
We're having good discussion
You like my
though.
sweater?
We're going
Yeah.
pretty nicely.
I'm gonna wear my dolly.
I've got
No, I agree.
more like this, too, heartfelt.
Oh, yeah.
Felt and knitting.
Elevated discussion. Good.
Lots of stuff. To my,
Camaraderie.
no, this one, a guy I worked with, his mother made them for the tourist trade. So I said, hey, could your mom make me? And, it's like, yeah, sure. So he came in got the basic
Bang it out.
And you know, one of the designs that I was reading about, something I never realized, was that this horizontal stitching is really important. And the Norwegian, these sweaters hold a lot longer.
Yeah, you can
than
see
any
it.
other
I
knit.
mean, it's like adding a whole other layer. The
Right,
way
and that traps
it
air.
runs from bird's eye to bird's eye.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. That's like a television iteration. Keep you warm out there when you're playing in the snow.
Fishing for the herring or whatever.
Water at these.
I know, I kept thinking as I drag off.
Right, yeah, in a good long time.
Yeah, a good one.
That's kind of why I took the blame on the 2 hours public comment period, but it didn't happen.
Well, I
Training situation. I think Brian was saying today. Somebody wanted one of the. One t-shirt. And the memo went to Brian, David Sykes, Julie Will, and Chris. And Brian, yeah. Am I gonna be, order?
You just so much.
And this is why I wanted. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, and sometimes I don't buy the problem is. Once we know what the problem is, then we talk about solutions. But that's an old problem works. And some of these people are. They want to know more things. And that's our line, but as Carol said, we can discourage people from joining them. It was like, oh my God, it destroys this, I got to destroy that, and then people are gonna be. Really, because there's a lot of big people that just don't join village government or municipal government or state government. They won't run for president. Because they want to go through that process. They're not winning.
So I don't know how that came about.
Okay, we're gonna reassemble.
Guess I'm up next, but I was gonna go to.
You had your shot, Bob.
Across my leg.
You had your shot.
Huh?
You had your shot. You have
I
to
know
wait.
I did. Yeah, Carol caught my ear.
All right, let's, how do we pronounce it? We reconvene. Thank you. Let's reconvene at, at 10:50 PM. Item 7C8, discussion possible action, village board meeting, public comments. Bob Falk, do you want to speak to this?
Sure, John. This was an idea that came across my desk, I guess I will say. And the proposal is that we add a public comment period to our board meetings. And that would be at the end of the business meeting. We would keep the one up front, but limit the discussion in the upfront public comments to items that are on the agenda. Like for tonight, I got up and made a comment. Well, maybe that's best done because it wasn't on the agenda. That's best done at the end of the meeting. I know a mayor in New Jersey, in a township that's about the size of Shorewood Hills. They've gone to this and he said it's been really successful in the sense that it helps keep the business meeting on track. They get out earlier and people have an opportunity to speak not only at the front, but what we don't have now is after we've done all this discussion with the board, people have questions and might want to add some comment. They have the opportunity in that second period. So that's what I'm proposing, is to add an additional public comment period before adjournment on the board meeting agenda. Limit discussion in the existing public comment period to items only on the agenda. This is something we could try for a couple months and see how it works if you want. But that would be my motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bob. Reactions, comments, questions, thoughts? Shabna?
I also wrote a memo and sent it out, just kind of showing what Middleton does, what Cross Plains does, what Madison does, and what we kind of used to do, which is like you had your public comment period and you would make a statement on something that's not on the agenda, but then certain items that were very important and people wanted to comment, we would have an interactive discussion with the residents. We used to do that. Do you remember? We used to do that? And, you know, I'm not saying that you should talk forever, but like if there's a very important subject that residents' engagement is necessary, you can have that dialogue. I think Madison does that, Middleton does it, Maple Bluff does it, Monona and McFarland. I wrote this all in a memo. I don't know if you guys remember. You guys remember this? Yeah. You remember it? Well, go ahead.
Well, I guess my question to both of you is, so what are we solving for? Are we solving for residents not having timely feedback within the agenda cycle? What are we solving for?
You asking me
Yeah,
with this motion?
yeah.
What are we solving? Well, I see a problem that, you know, we've had 2.5, 3 hours of public comments that really have nothing to do with the business at hand. I'm not saying they're not important issues, but I think it kind of gets us off track. We're really late and we're trying to do business at 1 o'clock in the morning. And it would seem to me that this would streamline it a little bit by keeping that upfront discussion more in line with what the agenda is for that meeting. We would still be listening to those comments at the other end, but I think it would help us in getting through the business part of the meeting in a more reasonable time frame. So we're not here till 2 or 3 o'clock.
Emer.
There's a consideration that hasn't, there's a consideration for the agenda template to change, which Brian had worked on. We took it off in the December meeting. Brian had reached out and asked if I wanted it on the January meeting, understanding there are a lot of topics already on the January meeting. I said, nope, let's not do that. Perhaps there's a place for that conversation to happen collectively with the agenda, an updated agenda format as well.
I'm fine with that. This was an idea.
I don't want to necessarily kick the can down the road, but I think it's more cohesive, that conversation then.
Yeah.
Just looking at it.
Sure, I'm fine with that. It was an idea.
So I think Brian would need some direction because he's also the author of the updated agenda template for consideration and conversation.
It's fine. We can put it on or combine them, consolidate it into one topic for the February meeting.
And as I say, I would be very open to being a trial thing.
Hey,
Yeah, I think I appreciate, again, the like creative, you know, we could have a brainstorm session too on it, but I do think there also could be real life implications to, you know, is someone going to sit 4 hour, you know, hopefully it's not 4 hours. Hopefully it's a shorter meeting. Like if we're trying to solve for in total meeting time of board meetings, I definitely think we should shorten them. I don't think we're doing our best work at midnight here. So I think there are other ways that we can shorten the agendas too, like holding people accountable to certain, you know, time limits when they're speaking, making sure our conversation is intentional. My comment earlier about, I think things on the board agenda should be scrutinized and have gone through committees when they can, right? So there's real recommendations. So I think there's actually a lot of things we should be doing to expedite meetings, but I do think, you know, who's going to be sort of policing and managing, oh, look, that comment, that's not, you know, I can see that happening a bunch. And then people waiting 3 hours to make a comment to us on something that we previously have discussed. I'm not sure how many residents would stick around. So then it has the unintended consequences, kind of silencing people, so to speak. So I'm open to, is there a better model Do we have a bit of an open comment do we have larger, topics like the facilities conversation tonight was pretty meaty, but then we've had smaller ones. So do we have public comments associated just with that topic? Do we cluster comments when people come in? Right now, it's a real ad hoc calling. Do they get a number? Like you're ordering an ice cream cone and you're number one and you go first. So it removes bias from how people are called, right? I guess I'm just throwing out there, if we want to brainstorm, I am all for it. So I think this is like one nugget of a very large conversation about meeting hygiene, how we can expedite things, how we can elevate these conversations and get to the right things at the right time, and also engage residents and get the right opinion. Someone else mentioned that, public email comments were included in board packets. I think that is actually even a better idea to reduce time. So I think these should be looked at in totality. I don't know who does that, but there's a lot of ideas we could implement.
I like ice cream at the board meeting. I think it's a great idea. Other thoughts? So those are,
I would retract my motion and suggest that we kick it down the road a little bit and talk about it in context with
the
the other
larger
meeting
discussion.
agenda, the larger topic about meeting agendas.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea. I mean, maybe one way to address Kate's concern about that long spread is people decide where they're going to submit a written comment and what they're going to submit for a comment on a particular issue. So let's talk about it more going forward. But interesting thing to think about, Bob. Appreciate your thoughts on that. All right. Street lighting, 7C9. We've got a memo from Trustee Lufty in the packet. There's no motion with it. Want to speak to it at all, Shadna?
Sure, but I actually don't see it in the packet.
It's page 160.
Oh, okay. My search isn't working. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, so I don't want to reiterate it because I think it's very short. Street lighting is an issue. It's come up repeatedly. It was in the village survey. I think there was a resident, if you guys remember, who brought it up that he fell and injured. It was either him or his wife. There was the accident on University Bay Drive. So clearly it's an issue. It's also a contentious issue. And so this wasn't so much to have like a really long discussion, but to say, here are some questions that I think need to be answered before it comes to the board for discussion. Is there anything else that is missing? There is a typo. I think I felt that I wrote Public Health and Safety Committee, but I think I should have wrote Public Works. That Public Works could help with, because Terry's in there to figure out like, where are the street lights? Where is it really dark? Do we need 5 lights or do we just need 1 or 2? That is like the list of questions I came up with. And if there's any other questions, please let me know. And do you guys agree that with the idea that Public Works could assist with this?
Thoughts, reactions?
I would.
Sorry, no, go ahead, Bob.
Bob should go
Bob,
first.
go ahead.
No, as Public Works, I think this makes sense, probably, but falls a little bit maybe into public health and safety. I think it's appropriate to have the committee look at it, come back with recommendations and not burden the staff with any of this. If that's a proposal, then I would be in support of that.
Good, thanks. Other thoughts, reactions? Dietmar?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I might add is, again, where do we spend our powder on, and is it meaningful? Is it the right thing to follow through on, or are we just going to get to an understanding of, yeah, lights should be added, but we don't have any money anyways? I guess I'm more grounded, and we have more than just policy. There's the complete streets guide. So any new road that gets put in, and no street lighting, pedestrian safety, that's all part of it. And I guess to some extent, Bob, if you both as chair on Public Works and Health and Safety want to take this on, great. But I guess I would default to, yeah, I walk my dog all the time around the neighborhood. Is it dark? Sure. But whenever we do a new street, we've got the complete street guide policy, and that's when it takes shape.
Yeah, that was actually my thought as well.
Well, I guess what I was saying is that Public Works and Public Health and Safety may be the logical place if we decide that as a board that we should pursue this. If we think it's enough of an issue.
I shared my sentiment
I
in this whole thing.
wasn't trying to volunteer. I was.
I think you did.
Okay.
Sheldon?
I mean, it could be that we need one light and that my estimates were like 3,000 to 6,000. It could be we need two. It could be that there's grant money available. But I do think it's necessary that we do the work. It's really hard that residents come here and say, this is important to me and I've fallen, and you got to look them in the eye and tell them like, I'm going to do something about it or I don't care. And I think it's the residents who we are accountable to say that the comments they make to us matters. And maybe we do come back and say we have no money. Maybe we come back and say we'll schedule it for 2028. Or maybe we'll say, you know what, these two spots are where all the residents keep complaining about. We're going to find a way to get those two done.
I think that's a discussion worth having in those committees. Kate?
Yeah, I think because this is a safety issue, I would err on the side of caution. So I do think we should kick it to the appropriate committee or committees.
I will put it on the agenda and bring it up for discussion.
Thank you so much.
Does that work, Sheldon?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Let's move on. There's no motion there. 7C 10, financial policy. Mark Lutterer.
Yes, me. So I'll go ahead and make the motion. And if it's seconded, we can have a brief discussion.
Thanks
I
for
don't
that.
think it will take long. So
Yep.
the motion is to approve amendments to section B, D, and D of Roman numeral I 3 times of the village financial policy as presented.
Okay.
Thanks for that. Further discussion, Mark, can you speak to it?
Yeah, I can, but it's that paragraph is right there on page 3 and page 4 of the packet. It's very simple. When several years ago, we decided to reclassify the debt levy and take it out of the general fund and book it into the debt fund. But we neglected to note at the time that there were formulas in our financial policy that referenced the general fund, for which at that time included the debt levy and should include the debt levy expense and revenue. So these corrections add that back what we previously inadvertently took out.
But substantively, it's really, in terms of the final number.
The substance is now returned to the way it was intended. Right. And otherwise, it has an over generous view of our financial metrics, and it makes us look like we're doing better than we are, better than we intended. And I think that's a problem. And in fact, Baker Tilly picked up on that in their financial audit, in their supplement to that, and they just ran the numbers based on our financial policy without considering what our intent was and what the change was, and it's just overly optimistic. And so this is sort of a return to reality here.
So we have a Dietmar?
I move to vote.
Okay.
Just have a clarifying question, Mark. It says in here, the finance committee has reviewed and recommended these changes. Was there a formal vote in finance?
Yep.
Okay, which was approved?
Yeah, it reads, let me see the language here, has reviewed and recommended these changes. So there was a voting committee to recommend this change to the board. I should say
Motion.
2 of them.
Motion by Mark, seconded by Carol. Ready to vote? All those in favor? That motion carries. Thank you, Mark. Priorities, Shabnam?
Yeah, it's obviously we all get like emails daily, a lot. And I can imagine that the staff get a number of emails about issues that they want addressed. And we each have our own things that we want to do. And I am concerned about burnout. And Brian and I had a discussion of just like, there's so much we want to do, but how can we divide and conquer? Signal to residents that everything matters, but that we can't, Rome wasn't built overnight and we can't do everything at the same time. So I think we need to talk about what we want to do, and give a little bit direction to Brian if he needs it. And also, like, do we want to divide and conquer things? Like I am, I enjoy ordinances. I enjoy governance. I would volunteer to work on chapter 1 and chapter 2 because that's something that we got to do. Maybe, I don't know. I think we just got to figure out what we want to do in 2026. There's a lot to do.
Reactions, thoughts?
Well, my
Bob?
first question is, should priorities be coming from the board? Or should staff be informing us of the priorities? Maybe that's an iterative thing, but we can come up with what our priorities are all day long, but can Brian actually get it done? So I think that we have to be realistic about staff capacity and what's realistic. So it almost seems to me that this needs to be more than just the board. It needs to be board and staff talking about this.
We have, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say from this year's standpoint, I think we will have a better idea of what we have the capabilities to do once we have the clerk position settled. Until that point, and I can just speak for myself. I would say there was a good sampling throughout tonight's agenda for what I'm considering to be the priorities in 2026. The facilities being front and center, the Ellers corresponding conversation, structural deficits, plans of action for readying village for what our approach is going to be to solve some of those issues. And then I would just say, this is going to be a busy election year. We have a full slate forthcoming throughout this year. So our clerk will be very busy with that. We're in audit season. So we're going to be prepping for the audit next month. Julie's already working in preparations of that. I mean, I think from that standpoint and just getting all of the other various pieces put into place from a rec program standpoint, village recognition, banquets, and just keeping our staff moving. And I think right now the institutional knowledge and the admin team is at a point where we just need to focus on doing the core basic minimums and deliver the facilities project and try to keep that focus and as our primary objectives for accomplishment this year. If we can do that and keep going, we can provide updates as to where we are feeling like we're making up ground to bring back, some ideas for ways we can incorporate new thoughts or new workload inclusions. But I have a feeling this year, from where we are right now and what I anticipate us being behind at the point when we bring a clerk on board, we're going to have to really scale back 2026.
Carol.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for that. And I just wanted to note for everyone, and it's kind of ironic, that one of the big things that we were looking at for this year was referendum. And referendum appears to have evaporated. And I know finance has been working hard to find ways for us to avoid referendum. And I wondered if Mark or Dietmar, if you could narrate that a little bit, because I caught in the packet referendum not recommended. And so that's a great relief, but I would like to hear just a bit about it before we just kind of move on.
Yeah, and that is the recommendation from the finance committee of the board, that we not go to referendum this year. And I think a lot of it is based on just the pure practicalities and the difficulties of, it's such a high bar to do a referendum, not just to meet all the legal tests, but to inform the residents, to inform ourselves. And we're just not in a position to do it. Well, we didn't feel that the village is in a position to do it now. And so that's why the recommendation, and that's why our focus is more on, longer term solutions like closing the TIDs and shorter term solutions like using fund balance or reducing operating costs in some way. Those solutions, those possible solutions, and those aren't the only ones. The committee is still discussing it, but we just think the village is better off putting all our time and focus and effort into exploring those than trying to tee up a referendum at the time that's available to us. It's just too hard.
Thanks.
Too far.
Takes up all the bandwidth too. It's really hard to get things done. Other thoughts on priorities, Mark?
Yeah, and I want to say what my highest priority for it, and I think to me, it's a slam dunk. And that's the recruitment and retention of staff. Because everything we talked about, none of it gets done without staff. And now we're down to clerk. And that's a serious deficiency that we have. And the learning curve that the 2 new employees that we have in administrative staff are still going up. And the fact that it requires a lot of, particularly Julie's time, to educate and train new employees as they come aboard. So to me, that's the critical path. If we don't have the staff, nothing gets done. So my advice to Brian, and it's purely my advice, but if he's got 10 piles on his desk of things to do, I want him to be sure that pursuing the recruitment and the retention of staff, and in particular the clerical, the clerk's job, to me is number 1. Because we are perilously close to, I think, to financial operational failure as a village. There are so many statutory requirements, so many things they have to do. They're just beginning the audit process now. And we essentially have a single individual, Julie, that's got to take us through that whole process because Chrissy will be gone. So to me, it's just imperative that we focus on that we accomplish that, and then all these other things, we can turn our attention to them. But that's number 1.
Okay. Shabna?
So to what Mark just said about the importance of staff, I think that there's just a lot of low-hanging fruit and things that we could be doing to help the staff. So for example, one thing, and I don't know if I mentioned it before, payroll. Like payroll is something that I outsource, and I pay like $50 a month, and it's done in 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes. Payroll is something that people nationwide have outsourced like 20 years ago. So the equivalent is like, if you're writing on a typewriter, you really are struggling because that's the tool you've been given. And I think that would be a huge relief of time. And not just that, but I think that Julie is overqualified for it. If it's something that is like, it's a mathematical thing, she is too smart to be doing payroll. She's not getting an opportunity to excel where she can excel because her time is taken up doing stuff that, softwares do. And the second thing is, I signed up for Otter, and I uploaded the Plan Commission meeting, Zoom meeting, and I uploaded Public Health and Safety, one of these, and I got the meeting minutes through AI. I checked them. It was beautiful. It was flawless. You got a transcript of the whole conversation. Maybe some names got misspelled. But the ability to, I actually would like to show you guys just to so you could see how good it is. I think that some of us might have experiences where AI meeting minutes are terrible and they're incorrect and they're horrible. But I did some research and I thought they were very high quality. But that's also where Chrissy and Julie are overqualified. We're overqualified to be doing meeting minutes. Maybe they do it for the board meetings where it's 7 hours, but if it's a 1 hour meeting, they don't have, you know. I said enough. Kate has her hand up.
Sorry, Kate.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
I just, in the interest of moving things along, I do think that we're getting like a little dangerously into the micromanagement of Brian's job. And so my view is that as a board member, my number one stakeholder is to the people who elected me. And that doesn't mean that it is at the expense of the staff. But I view Brian's role as the executive, of that, in that space, as the number one person who should be coming to us if there are ideas he has in order to increase staff retention, i.e., better vacation policies, better benefits, I guess. I don't know, this is to him to decide. He should be deciding the payroll. I think that's a great idea, but you should talk to him as a sidebar. So I think this is a good example, though, of like, I think this forum is really, sure, we can, if staff is a priority, and it's not that it isn't for me, but I think the ways that we can help the staff is by being laser focused on things for the village and making sure that when we ask them to do something, it's not busy work. It's really things that the residents are asking for that will improve our village and will make life better here. And so for me, to answer your question, Shabnam, my passion areas are on the two committees that I'm on. So communications and pool, those are my number two. The two other larger kind of ideas that I have that I am passionate about is similarly, how can we bring tech forward solutions to the business, to the village? Because I think as we've seen with, inflation and costs rising, we're gonna have to get creative. And I think there's a lot of tech low-hanging fruit out there that can expedite things. So that is a passion area I have. And finally, I am calling this internally to me, but I will say it tonight. I want to bring more village back to our village. And I think we heard in the public comments tonight, a lot of people talking about that. And what I mean by that is, I want to get back to what makes Shorewood Hills so special. And, when our village historian told me that, 1008 used to be the hub of this village and that there was stone cottages there and they actually sold goods because we were out in the country. And, we didn't have the university corridor anymore. And, there used to be neighborhood block captains who didn't just do political stuff, but we needed more volunteers for July 4th. They were the people talking to their neighbors. And I think because of national discourse, because of, social media, there have been big things working against us. And I think we have allowed this village to feel more just like a part of Madison. And if we're going to have our own village government and our own community here, let's do it. Let's have these, spaces where we can meet up and lean into the expertise of some of our other residents, as was mentioned tonight. I think those are great ideas. So for me, the community space, that conversation, I'm also really passionate about because I think we need to bring more of that back. That's why we all, I think, wanted to live here and not in University Heights or Tacoma, So it's not just the trees. So that's a hypothesis that I have, but that's what I'm going to be focused on in the next year.
Very good. Other thoughts? The only comment I was going to make is we also have done some strategic planning. So the top three things that really rose to the top were, we're going to work on our facilities. We did a lot on that even tonight. We're going to take care of our people. And we're going to look for opportunities to redevelop on University Avenue corridor. So as we think about those things, as well as the bandwidth that staff has, that's kind of where, because we spent a lot of time evaluating, and that's something we can revisit as well.
I'll just make one more comment. And I might be going into other spaces. Sometimes I'm just trying to help. I think that we gotta, I think Brian is in a tough spot because on the one hand, I think that he came into this role realizing how important it is that he would connect with residents, and that's not what his predecessor had done. And so I think Brian is really trying to respond to emails and be engaging and accessible. But I also think that you can't do your job if you're responding to emails all day long, and that we've got to figure out tech in ways where he can be accessible, but not just drowning in emails. I'm a trustee and I'm drowning in emails. I'm 5 days behind on the emails I've gotten from the village residents. And I think we gotta think about the operations.
All right, ready to move on? Okay. All right, appointments? Or no, reports, officials, and committees. So those present, one thing, I just was gonna give a quick update on Plan Commission. Brian, you can speak to something on that as well. You know, we met last week. The UW is doing another wedge at the UW hospital. We talked about that, some things we have to do from a zoning standpoint. We had some discussions about some of the zoning board of appeals, the quorum and voting rules. So Vanderwall and Brian Berquist are going to be collaborating on some of the zoning code topics and FAR, and I think there'll be an opportunity for the board to see that and then kind of weigh in, maybe help provide the Plan Commission some direction on what we should do. We talked very limited about ADUs because there's actually state legislation proposed for accessory dwelling units. We don't want to do anything on that till we see what the state legislation looks like, if it in fact it passes, and we should know that in the next month or so. The session will be done, you know, March at the latest. They want to close early and get out on the campaign trail. And then anything else you want to add from a Plan Commission standpoint?
Yeah, had a meeting with our village planner and John Flad last week, I believe it was, and had some ideas that were forthcoming for some projects on some of the property that he has. So he has been invited to bring his concept plans with some of those ideas to the Plan Commission in February in concept plan form. And then from my report, I just wanted to just say a quick thank you to the village residents that stopped by over the holidays to introduce themselves, and also bring the village staff an abundance of treats and goodies, which was very much appreciated.
The police chief report is in your packet. Anything else from a committee standpoint that committee chairs want to raise real quick? Dietmar.
Nothing from a committee perspective, but Brian, you had spoke about this in your memo, the YouTube account, the 30-second update on that.
Say that again, Dietmar.
YouTube account idea?
Oh, so right now, we essentially found the old page. I've refreshed the old page, updated it. I am just waiting for some additional guidance right now on the manner in which we want to have things added and the way we want to have the committee platform loaded. As soon as I have that, we'll be able to start uploading everything into it. So just waiting on one piece right now.
So the YouTube will be used for only recorded meetings or live streaming as well?
Do not know the answer to the live streaming, but in past municipalities I've been in, we've, after the meetings, the following day uploaded it so it's accessible for people to watch immediately the next day.
Thank you.
Any other items? All right, we can move to appointments. Item 9A, appointing village finance director, treasurer Julie Fitzgerald as interim village clerk. Dietmar.
Make a motion to appoint Julie Fitzgerald as interim village clerk effective January 26, 2026.
Yep.
Second.
Thank you, Kate. Ready to vote on that? All those in favor? That motion carries. And then we've got a closed session scheduled here. I'll read it. Please take note that the board may meet in closed session pursuant to section 19.85(1)(c). Wisconsin statutes considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility relating to the village administrator's preliminary performance evaluation. Dietmar?
Make a motion to go into closed session as read, taking with us Administrator Brian Mooney, Chrissy Call, Julie Fitzgerald. I'm guessing Chrissy wants to be there for meeting notes and minutes, looking.
Yeah.
Okay,
Actually, I will, Julie's gonna take that.
Julie's, okay, so taking with us Julie Fitzgerald.
Second,
No.
I need a second.
All right, and we have to do a roll call on this?
We do.
Yes. Chrissy, you ready to do the roll call?
Yeah, Bob, did you do the second on that one?
Yeah, I think so.
Little
Getting late, I can't
Little bit of
remember.
noise back there.
Yeah.
All right, let's do roll call. Carol Barker,
Yes.
Dietmar Bissell,
Yes.
Full,
Yes.
Mark Letter,
Yes.
Savna Mutfi,
No.
Kate Olstead,
No.
and John Imes.
Yes.
And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yes. Motion.
Okay.
Let me, do a little work here real quick before we start.
Should I close the doors or?
Bob, if you can do that, that'd be great. I think you just want to stop at the restroom on the way, which is totally fine.
You should make an announcement online, Chrissy. Chrissy, did you turn off Facebook yet? You should make the announcement that we will be coming back.
Okay, so the board will now be going into closed session. We will be ending our live stream and Zoom participation. Upon completion of closed session, we will resume the live stream and allow interested parties back into. Okay, just give me a second.
You have 7 copies of.
Snack bowl. So if you could work on that,
Okay.
I'd be a lot happier when I came in.
Can do.
Eyes don't work as well at 12:22.
So I do hope that everybody's thought about the things that we asked the staff to do,
Yeah.
including things like facilities and the like, and really, I mean, I badly want new facilities. I want these improvements. I've been pushing them for years. But the reality of the current situation is everything we added tonight goes on top of the audit, the elections, the summer programs. I mean, I'm not sure at what point the board needs to just pull the plug on a lot of that stuff and say, just focus on what is absolutely essential. Because we're flying blind as a village now.
I'm gonna go live. Are you
Yep.
guys ready?
Yep.
That's why it was put on the agenda, 2026 priorities, to kind of figure that out.
Okay, we are now back on Facebook and reporting. There's currently no one in the waiting room to add to the Zoom.
Okay, so thank you for that, Julie. Board has come out of session pursuant to evaluation of public employees over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Carol, can you report what came out of our discussions?
Yes, I can report that due to the extreme shortage of staff in key positions at the current time, the board has elected to forego formal evaluations, such as we've done in the past couple of years, in favor of informal one-on-one discussions with the administrator.
All right, and then let's move to item 12, future agenda items. This is an opportunity for trustees to request an item be added to a future agenda. No discussion. We shouldn't make lengthy statements. Anything anyone wants to add for future consideration? Carol,
Open records, process and resources.
okay. You get that, Julie? Okay. Anything else? All right, thanks for that. Motion for adjournment? Dietmar and Carol. All those in favor? Thanks, everyone. So is.